Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Today is Technology Thursday. Hello. Welcome. Lots of things happening in the news. Obviously, we've got one of the weirdest presidents we've ever had, so every day is a news day, right? They're looking into the trail of political anger left by the attacker. They accessed the cell phone and computer of James Hodgkinson, and apparently he went on a profane rant against Trump at a nearby garage prior to opening fire on Steve Scalise and three others. Luckily, they're still alive. This man, James Hodgkinson, is dead, so that's a big plus. The shooter is gone. People are still trying to process this political anger that people are having. And they have to go back and look at what Donald Trump did in Kentucky when he incited a riot. According to a judge in Kentucky, Donald Trump was inciting riots at his events, which turned everybody into a very, potentially angry group. Now, pushing people like he did during the election. We still don't know if he actually won the Electoral College fair and square because the Russian involvement is still being investigated. It's possible they may have rigged the Electoral College votes in key states. There's highly serious inquiry into this right now. The truth doesn't just stare at you. It has to be, vetted. Every single little piece has to be pulled up. These lone wolf mass shootings, first of all, need to be verified. So if we don't have a verification system that's in place, media verification system, then we're kind of shooting in the dark here. For all of us to sit here and believe that the media is telling us the truth all the time, it's ridiculous. We have no way of validating anything we see. So I'm proposing a media verification alliance that could actually do that. The people would not be like Trump and his administration. Everyone would have all of their personal assets in a public trust, no contamination. There would be a group of people that would be most likely retired that have lots of time to be journalists. Ryderback says, I was wrong. David is right about 99% of what he says. I tried to rebel, but we all know David is right. Thank you, Ryderback. I don't hold any grudges against you people that voted for Trump either. I realize a lot of the things he said, he stole from me. So you kind of like those ideas, and I don't blame you. So there's a lot of people processing this information, especially about the Russians. A lot of you thought that it was no big deal, But we really don't have anything to gain economically from siding with Russia. So any kind of provisions we make in advance, like the Senate overwhelmingly ruled to keep the sanctions, is a good thing. That's a good thing. We don't need to have trade with Russia right now, especially in lieu of the kind of things that are going on. I mean, it seems like Putin is publicly laughing at Trump, which doesn't help our country at all. Whatever they're up to is not good for America. And let's face it, Trump doesn't need to do business with Russia. He can just relax and start selling off some of his properties and retire knowing that he tried to be a president. But unfortunately, his financial entanglements would have to give him an exit strategy. There's a lot of ways in which he can do this. But the bottom line is the American people are really not happy with Trump. And as much as he likes to think that he's going to stop Muslims from coming to the country, it's illegal constitutionally to single out one religion and say, you can't come into the country because you're Muslims. I mean, had we had a more intelligent president, he wouldn't have made those stupid decisions. My idea of no refugees that he stole from me did not mark any one of those refugees with a specific religion. He was very careful not to do that. So this plan that could have stopped 4,000 people in May from coming into the country illegally would have been in force had I been the president, because there was no standard of religion that would keep people out. It would be national security was the primary issuance, retaining our national security. But I would have given people a chance to become U.S. citizens in their home country. Now, Australia is mocking a U.S. Trump in a leaked audio. Apparently, Turnbull has very much, he's talked about me, actually. The Australian president has actually discussed me publicly. Malcolm Turnbull's next phone call with Donald Trump could be awkward. The Australian Prime Minister mocked U.S. counterpart in a speech Wednesday night in a gathering crowd of journalists and politicians during the Australian Parliament's boozy annual midwinter ball. In leaked audio aired by Australian's Channel 9, Turnbull poked fun at his own efforts to ingratiate himself with the new U.S. president during their meeting in New York. It was beautiful, he said. It was the most beautiful putting me at ease ever, he told the crowd. Okay, thank you. Back to you in the chat room. Okay, Reagan's shooter was linked to the Bush clan. John Hinckley Jr., as you probably know, was at the George H.W. Bush house the day before he went out and shot Ronald Reagan, and that didn't appear in the trial. Isn't that amazing? Well, now people are processing this. The article explains how he's being reintegrated into society now that he's been released. You imagine shooting a president and getting released in your lifetime? He's been out and out about since 2003. He walks around. He stays with his mom at the nursing retirement home that they stay in. John Hinckley was one of the sons of the very significant Texas oil family. Not only was his father, John Sr., a major donor to George H.W.'s presidential campaign in 1980, but the Hinckley and Bush families were close friends. The night after the assassination attempt, Hinckley's brother Scott and his wife were due to have a dinner with Neil Bush, the vice president's son. If Hinckley had been a better shot, the ambitious George Bush would have found himself in the top job. So the modus operandi is there for George H.W. Bush to sanction a hit against Ronald Reagan. Now, he's still alive, and many people believe he's the architect of the New World Order during that time period. I mean, he's the guy who said, "It will be a new world odor." Well, it turns out it is a new world odor. The smell of pollution, the smell of chemtrails, the smell of insanity gone awry. Industrial waste is not going to get any better unless we focus on refiltering the air, not dumping more chemicals in the air. I don't need to be a congressional member to lead the country. I tried to run for a state Congress in Washington, but they literally stole 90% of my signs in 3 weeks. We drove around in circles, put 2,000 miles on, and I went to the printing press every day and made new signs, and they kept stealing them. So I showed the world how corrupt our local politics with the two-party system is. And for that, I should be thanked. Because this is a bigger plan to stop the two parties at the highest level. Because they got the local gerrymandering under control, and all the local elections are rigged for them. Our hope is that a third-party presidential candidate will spearhead a brand new change in this country and kind of set the tone for good quality leadership. Because right now what we have is insane. A man who can't even communicate with people. I do care about the UK. I do. I just can't decide what to do for you. I was the one who supported the Brexit 6 months before Donald Trump even mentioned it. I was the one who said, you need to separate your assets from the EU because I see the EU as a massive suck machine, and they'd be leveraging your assets in England over that. So I've done everything I can to talk about what I think is a good pathway for your country, but I can't rule over your nation, and I certainly can't tell your leaders what to do. But I do believe that trade with your nation is essential to the U.S., and I think our alliances with NATO are very, very important, whereas Donald Trump appears to be working for the Russians, trying to destroy our relations with NATO. I think all the things that are happening need to be finessed. We can't do things in an exaggerant way. The alt-left group is you can bring them all in here. We're in no way not an alt-left group in some ways, because we have an approach toward the homeless that the right doesn't seem to care about. We have an approach toward the environment that's very realistic, but not like the Democrats who want to penalize industry. I want to innovate. I want to start filtering the air coming out of smokestacks. I want to get this country to work like a business, efficiently. Right now, we're just borrowing money as we go along. But we also have to embrace the intelligent development of technologies, because other countries are doing the same thing, and we have to be competitive. What Trump has in his administration appears to be a high school romper room session with people that are just entrenched in corporate business and have no idea how to make those businesses work without borrowing money. You see, most corporations in America right now borrow money just to survive. Most of them do. The ones that don't go under. I mean, even Caterpillar right now is struggling, even though we gave them $7 billion during the dot-com, or during 2008, 2009, and the TARP funds. We gave Caterpillar Industries $7 billion. What did they do with it? $1.5 billion went to a mining operation in Madagascar for aluminum that didn't even exist. They literally wrote a check to a bunch of crooks from China and India who claimed to the CEO that this mining operation was fully funded and operating. It didn't even exist. So they bought a pig and a poke, essentially. With all their money up front, $1.5 billion went into this mining operation, and the CEO was not even fired from Caterpillar when that happened. That's just one example of what has happened under the leadership of these corporate pigs. Now, Donald Trump represents these corporate pigs. He's a leader in the world of borrowing money, and they all gather at the river to get their feeding trough money from our Federal Reserve. Well, this recent increase in interest rates was overshadowed by countless terrorist attacks around the world. You got to wonder, were they trying to make us look the other way when they raised the interest rate a point? Let's see how the Dow Jones is responding. It's down 14 points, but it's still very high at 21,359. So it didn't really destabilize the Dow Jones. So that's a good thing. We see stability in our markets, and I'm glad that the percentage point was increased because, frankly, we need something to move things, to make things move. Now, the Federal Reserve does not give money specifically with earmarks for American businesses. I want to create an infrastructure bank that will run in parallel to the Federal Reserve that will offer a serious amount of money to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. employees, specifically, at a living wage of $15 or more per hour. 2% loans would really help our businesses kind of take off. So this is something that could run parallel to the Federal Reserve as we're working on ending the Federal Reserve. A must-see. Video of Otto Warmbuyer's family released film of American student having a snowball fight in North Dakota days before he was imprisoned and mysteriously left in a vegetative state. This is a horrible thing that happened to him. It was horrific. What did he do? He took down a sign that was outside of the apartment that he was staying in. That was a pro-Kim Jong-un sign. He essentially defaced public property in North Korea. The kind of a thing a jacked up young guy would do who's kind of feeling his oats, But big mistake. He was hauled in and spent a year and a half in jail in such horrible conditions that he's now in a coma. 17 months of detainment. The last video of Otto Warmbier in North Korea days before he was taken prisoner. There he is. Wow. Yeah, and his family is very pleased, however, that obviously he's not on a ventilator, which is very good. I'm back up and running. Here I am. Very sad that we lost a guy like that. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and open up the chat to guess. How's our stream? Is it okay? Do we have a good solid stream, or is it kind of broken up? Because we have a better connection at americasthirdparty.com. It's good? Okay, good. I'm going to open up Periscope as one of our alternate sites we're starting. David. Wow, that's a Spanish pronunciation. Today is the 15th, so we've got that going for us, which is nice. Today is the 15th, so we've got that going for us, which is nice. Okay. So I have a duplicate show going on over at this location where we can just hope that some of you might want to join if you have a Periscope account on a tablet. Here's the link if you want it. All right. Well, I don't know. I just thought I'd open up a Periscope show. Sarah was very kind to help me with that. But we're not worried about it right now. If people with tablets have a hard time getting into our show. Sponheim, per fellow ham Russian, is blocking your UHF signal. Yes, I heard that they were shutting us down. Yep. I think Mark is IP banning in mass. Yes, he is. Schleilock. That's probably one of your new names, Rodney. I'm not as high, no. I just made a whole meal. A really wonderful wrap meal, which is sitting on warm right now on the stove. Yep. You can't do that when you're high, man. Miss Scruffy says the only ban. Okay. Thank you. Was the guest threatening to attack Sarah? Okay, thank you. Anytime you can ban the person who spams our show, that's appreciated. The guest was Ghost. Okay, good. Well, so far, Miss Scruffy, it has helped because, as you know, we were attacked heavily in this show prior to Mark banning this Ghost character. Thank you for hanging in there and realizing our problem. Apparently, this person is using a Dynamics IP changer, and he's constantly going through VPNs and everything. Yeah, you did get lucky because it really helps to have guest chat. Is really important for people. Anybody choosing Ghost as their name is not a good idea. Possible Kentucky person, yeah. Well, I've been investigated by Kentucky people. I've got feelers out there, people that know me in various parts of the country and know my locations where I have places I can go anytime for a safe haven. And they told me that there were people looking for me from Kentucky. They're doing deep research on me. Yeah, very strange. We don't exactly know what's going on there. So Ghost is threatening you now? Oh my goodness. No, I'm not a dweeb. We met a guy who was named Dweeb, and he was very kind to offered us $500 in donations, and we got our lighting set up with our green screen because he said we needed to get more professional. And he even said, "Hey, are you going to Vegas? I'll meet you there." And we met Dweeb there in Vegas, and his name is Dweeb. And I got to know the guy more and more. I realized, wow, something's not right here. It turns out his father is close friends with a high-ranking government official. I won't say who, and it looked like he was a conservative plant to find out who we were. Yeah, very strange. And the more we knew about him, the more our relationship got weird. We just eventually he just said, I don't like you people, and he left. But it was almost like somebody planted him in this meeting with us in Vegas. It's like, why is he even here? Because we were down in Vegas at the time. We met him there. We ended up seeing a show, Chris Angel's show. The one with Cirque du Soleil. And it was a good show. He kind of talked us into getting tickets, and I'm kind of glad we did. But yeah, anyway, it was just weird when you meet a guy named Dweeb, and he turns out to be a plant for the conservative movement. Okay, so we've got the baseball field attack. Steve Scalise among 4 shot, still struggling. They say critical condition, but he's getting better, hopefully. I talked about the Montana governor who has accepted his felony charge and admits that he's committed a felony. Greg Gianforte, attacked a person who simply asked, did the Republicans check the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, on the health care bill? And he literally attacked the guy. So we're not sure why he has such an anger management problem, but hopefully community service and he'll be able to deal with his anger management problem. But getting physical like that over politics is a big mistake. And I'm hoping these recent targeted attacks are not political in nature, except for some lone gunman who was freaking out. Virtually, his wife said she didn't even know he was freaking out, but he was getting more and more angry at Trump. He was a Bernie supporter. This is Steve talking about
worth of every human. One of America.
One of the reasons why they say Steve may have been attacked is he's a vocal advocate of taking strong action against human trafficking and child predators.
America's greatest values is our strong belief in the inherent worth of every human life. Human trafficking is a direct assault on this core value, and it affects millions of victims throughout the world. While many of us would like to believe that this issue isn't something that affects us, the sad truth is that human trafficking is a real problem plaguing each and every community here in the United States. Enough is enough. This week, the House took strong actions to stand up for the victims of human trafficking, passing tough bills to provide them protection and to target child predators. Let's work together to get these bills signed into law.
MajorityWhip.gov, and it's pretty interesting in the House. They're doing their job. They're getting vocal, but a lot of these people don't know that the pedophiles in D.C. are operating secret channels to manipulate government. This is where the heart of corruption is. Say you're at a gathering at the Broad Street group, their K Street group over there in Washington. You're staying at a friend's house because you're a new senator or a new congressman. And he said, hey, come on over here to the K Street group and go visit us at a party. So a young congressman goes over there and not knowing what to expect, suddenly meets a lot of people. Some of the women, or men for that matter, are close to 18. And pretty soon one thing leads to another, and pretty soon you're in a compromising position with an 18-year-old, you think. They're videotaping everything. I'm not saying this happens at K Street, but it could happen anywhere. They're videotaping you. And then they tell you later, you didn't just have sex with an 18-year-old, it was a 17-year-old. And we got you. You're under control for the rest of your term, senator or congressman. That's what's going on. Manipulation at the highest levels, and especially with kiddie porn and all kinds of weird stuff that these people are using to manipulate people in government. Now that is why Pizzagate is a hush-hush topic in America. That's why they painted it as fake news. They wanted it to go away as much as possible because they don't want to think that any of their secret activities are going to get heard or talked about in American politics. I've never seen any of the specifics that I just said. But the fact of the matter is, we know, like General Petraeus, he was under watch for a year and a half by the FBI while he secretly met with that woman Paula, and he was cheating on his wife. Now, General Petraeus knew everything that he could possibly know about Benghazi. He was one of the key guys about Benghazi. But when he testified, 2 days before he testified, they called him out on this cheating affair, and then they claimed that he'd been giving secret information to Paula. He's been charged with a felony. General Petraeus has a completely functional felony, which he's serving probation right now, for releasing state evidence to a woman, a reporter named Paula. But they clipped his wings so that when he got in front of the Benghazi Senate subcommittee hearing and talked, he didn't say boo. Okay? We know that the foreign IPs and the banning has to go on. Look, if she's after this guy who's attacked us, maybe it's from Kentucky, maybe it's from overseas. Either way, it's a good thing because as long as I can conduct a chat room without having nonstop attacks, it's better. I know the foreign IPs will cause mass bans. We know that's part of the deal, but it also comes with the territory. Meow TV, my effort to do a show and reach deep into your minds to kind of trigger some question marks is part of what I do. I'm not here to send out crazy thoughts to your head to somehow make you think about chemtrails. I might want to remind you, Meow TV, that you denied the existence of chemtrails when we first started this show. And over the years, you're now saying that you knew all about it and it's a plan to help the atmosphere. So you've morphed into somebody who now talks about it, whereas you wouldn't before. Your IP was umbrella banned under this IP, really? So you just came in through a remote VPN for 748? Wow. Well, like I said, we know that this has been going on incessantly. There's got to be a reason why people aren't using Periscope, too. We don't know. Scissorfight said he had a hard time getting in and he had an account there. Your umbrella was IP banned. It sucks. Okay. So you think Pizzagate is not a hoax, it's social engineering? Pizzagate is a reveal of unbelievable proportion of the secret corruption going on in Washington, D.C. That's why they don't want to talk about Pizzagate on Twitter or Reddit. They want to suppress the information that people are gathering about Seth Rich, too. They don't want anyone to investigate the missing, or apparently the strange death of Seth Rich. Seth Rich was shot in the back 3 times. He didn't even know he was shot. His friend said, hey, there's something, blood coming out of your back, so they took him to the hospital. And he managed to get better. And then everybody in the hospital staff was told to stay away from the VIP room, and they couldn't irrigate his wounds. And then somebody killed him. So that involves another investigation, because he wasn't just killed by 3 bullet wounds. He was killed in the hospital. Okay? So for them not to investigate the death of Seth Rich implies a huge, massive cover-up. Now, this is a logical, it's a do loop. It's called a catch-22. Frankenstein says, I don't believe Pizzagate because we can't examine the evidence. Well, they won't investigate. So there is no solid evidence. That's why Pizzagate is a call to investigate. He was speaking with medics. Chatroom celebrities researched this. He was alert and in shock. No, we have millions of viewers on UHF, but right now UHF in Russia is being stopped. They're purposely blocking it. The elitists never expected me to get my name out there so fast around the world. They had no idea what I was up to. But when I caught them from behind and basically you catch them with their pants down, now they're wondering why they're getting so butt raped by the reality that an average American is actually reaching out to people around the world talking about politics, and they can't stop me. So they feel like completely violated. They thought they owned the entire media. They thought they owned everybody's mouth. The elitists will do whatever they can to virtually force the message, controlled talking points, controlled opposition like Dabu 7 and Alex Jones. People who sound like they're trying to deliver the truth but don't. And they don't give you a political alternative. They just constantly complain. We've been pushing political alternatives since we started, and 2 years into it, we started getting censored on YouTube and Twitter. Our follower numbers and subscriber numbers are locked down. You can go and try and see if you can move them. They won't move. There you go. Well, a lot of people are upset because Scruffy just banned a massive group of people. Sack Printers continues to talk about the Pence being a pedophile who's killed children. Now that is a definite need for an investigation. Technology Thursday is our show, so we have to go toward technology tonight.
Yeah, please come.
I'm trying to figure out what we've got here. This woman is Katy Perry, and I'm going to show you something that looks really unusual from her Instagram Reddit posting. She spoke out in what appears to be a kind of a private rant about her situation. And I know Katy Perry's been a very big popular star in American politics or in American popular culture. But when we heard this, it kind of changed the dimension of what was going on, and many people are believing that maybe people like Katy Perry are being manipulated.
It's okay, Catherine. I guess that, like, you know,
really strong as Katy Perry.
Yes.
Sometimes I'm not as strong as Catherine Hudson, and
Catherine doesn't have to be strong.
but people talk about my hair, right?
Yes.
And they don't like it, or they wish that it was longer. And I so badly want to be Catherine Hudson that I don't even want to look like Katy Perry anymore sometimes.
Okay.
And that is a little bit of why I cut my hair, is because I really want to be my off.
Okay. If Katy Perry wants to talk, my number is available, 707 your ATP. Katy, if you're listening, you can call in and talk about what's been going on in your life, and let's just treat this as like a general conversation. Yeah, I don't know what to think. I can't pass judgment. But we know that you're a wonderful person and a great entertainer, and you should love yourself, no matter what you've been through. If you really are John Benet Ramsey and have been completely twisted into this new person, Catherine Hudson, whatever, and you're told to be Katy Perry publicly, I mean, you must be all over the place. So you need to be grounded, and obviously you're a good person, you're a great entertainer. Love yourself, Katy Perry, okay? Thank you. Now, Lady Gaga, if you're watching too and you want some sort of a resolve here, call in at 707 your ATP and we'll talk about your issues with the Illuminati. Operators are standing by. Somehow I don't think they're going to call. No, I think that many of the assumed identities people take on when they get their identity changed from something that wasn't takes on a very different. No, I never count. All I can do is help people who are in the middle of a tragedy. I can't deal with suicidal tendencies. That's something I can't deal with. Well, there you have it. We could talk about Gaga and Lena Morgana. I will address the fact that many users are being banned. I've offered you a chance to go into Periscope, and none of you want to take it. So I don't understand why you can't go to Periscope. I mean, why are you being blocked from Periscope? I'm looking at Periscope all the time, and you're never there. Do you need identity changing papers? I've never changed my identity, so I wouldn't know. I am not Alex Jones. Or should I say, I am not Alex Jones. I'm David Sponheim. Anyone accusing me of being Bill Hicks, completely wrong. Her full name is Catherine Elizabeth Hudson. If you believe that. You're watching me on Battlecam? Cool. Well, maybe we'll get more people on Battlecam. Let me open up my Battlecam chat room. We're having a problem finding alternative chat rooms for people that we already have running, so it's kind of strange that we have to cater to this. But here we are again, dealing with it. It requires a Twitter to get into Periscope, and you don't want to be on Twitter. Periscope, and you want to be on Twitter. Periscope, and you want to be on Twitter. You want to be on Twitter. You don't be on Twitter. I'm going to get in there right now and see if I can get, at least my name up there so I got controls in that chat room. We're trying to modify what we can do here to accommodate people and guests. Hold on just a second. Okay, the audio is up now. We don't know what happens when Mark and Scruffy ban everyone's IP. We're giving you other options to go into battle camp. You can go here, and you also can go here. I mean, what's the problem? Apparently you can't even read or click the links. Whatever. We've got other options for you. Eat some more expired food, Sponheim, you dingleberry. See? I'm communicating with elephant juice over there. Isn't that great? Now, regarding my hair, this is my real hair. And I use a product, I don't know if you've tried it before, but it's called shampoo. And when you use shampoo, it makes your hair kind of set up and dry in a position. So you see, we've got 299 new people over at Battle Cam. Anything that doesn't have sodium lauryl sulfate in it is better than the stuff with sodium lauryl sulfate. Because when you get to be my age, your hair gets stripped dry with sodium lauryl sulfate. Yeah, and shampoo can leave behind a lot of crap. Yeah. Dingleberries hanging from your hair. Somebody said, David, are those dreads or are you just carrying dingleberries on your hair? It's like, well, I really don't use my hair in a toilet, so I don't really know how the dingleberries got there. Well, I don't shampoo so often. What I do is I intermix my shampooing with a thing called resting. So today I didn't shampoo. Today I washed my body after my swim spa. And of course I work out 30 minutes a day. Hardcore workout, aerobics, inside a swim spa. And then I didn't have to wash it. It looked good enough to keep my hair just the way it is. I don't think there are any dingleberries hanging from my head. I don't have any nose hairs. I found a way of trimming my nose hair. They have nose hair trimmers, and I've managed to get rid of any nose hairs coming out of my nose. No, it's dingleberry, dangling from your head. You know, I don't get into specifics regarding body trimming. Technically, people say you're a metrosexual, whatever that is. I do shave parts of my body, like the back of my neck. I don't want this long mane of hair going down my back. No, my lips are beautiful because I was born this way. I'm one of the beautiful people. The beautiful people. Marilyn Manson wrote a song about the beautiful people. You may want to check that out. Actually, it's a takeoff of the Beatles, I believe. Buddy, you're a rich man. Buddy, you're a rich man. Me too. Do 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 do. Never heard of a dangleberry. Yeah, this is the first I've ever heard. Dingleberry is the obvious definition. When referring to your dingleberry reference points, always ask yourself, is this a good source for finding out the true definition of dingleberry? You cannot see nose hair. There is no nose hair in my face. I have completely removed nose hair. Some people say I'm the physical shape of a cartoon, that my face is actually not real, it's a cartoon. There are a lot of people that believe that I am artificial, CGI generated, that I have developed a face that was completely morphed into what it was supposed to be by my designers. I don't know. I find that preposterous to think that you can morph somebody into a face that has been demographically analyzed with focus groups to be the most friendly face you could ever find. Here I am in the movie The Fifth Element, I believe. I'm not sure if that was exactly the movie I was in. I can't be a congressman. They've already cheated me. 90% of my signs were stolen. They've slandered me in the mainstream media, in a foreign press. You have lumps of crab meat on your slippers. Lump crab meat on your slippers. Some people say I look like Howdy Doody, yeah. Well, I never really had a screen performance for this movie, so I can't really say that was me. But it might have been me in another world, in a parallel dimension, I don't know. But nevertheless, I meet the demographic standards of what you apparently want as your presidential candidate. You were assaulted by Trump supporters when I was putting our signs up? Yep, I know. I'm telling you, they're cheating at every level. Yeah, it was from Arnold Schwarzenegger, Total Recall. Yeah. Yeah, I was not on the movie. I was not in the movie. I was not part of the cast. I'm not the stuntman or stunt double for Arnold. Well, Trump supporters hate me because I'm better than Trump. And my ideas, obviously, he stole 10 of them to become president. But Trump doesn't like me because I exist. And he doesn't understand how he can't stop me. And I'm going to be hanging around until 2020. Yeah, this tie was developed by the Scorched Earth Tie Company in Australia. They work with the Aborigines. And this is an Aboriginal pattern that was developed. So they make money from the pattern itself. David, you seen the bike Dupestra's making for you? No, I haven't. I'm getting ready for a big reveal, though. I can't wait to see it. I want to do a thing where we take the bike around the country and do conventions. I think it'd be cool to have conventions where you could actually go up to the booth and sit on the bike and take a picture with a green screen behind you, any background you want. And be like a printout of a photograph, and you'd be able to print out a photograph of you on the bike and take it home with you. Isn't that a cool idea? Put it in a little frame for like $20, and your money would go to a donation for America's Third Party. Yeah. You just made your seafood rolls? Wow, foodgasm. Tell me about it. Yeah, I haven't even begun to taste those. That's cool. You don't need the shrimp part, but I just added the shrimp for an extra infused seafood flavor. Yeah, and it's simple to make. And you can set them on the stove for a couple hours, and people can eat whenever they want. You know, they cut a portion off and eat it. Yeah. Well, you're gonna have a hard time smashing my face into the brick because you'd get within a proximity of my gun, and your head would be blown all apart, and your brains would be splattered on the back of my drywall. You know, it'd be like a Dexter pattern of blood with your brains. That would be your brains on my drywall. So getting close to me with a brick is a pretty tough task. Good luck trying. Yeah, the gun basically it completely blows your brain apart at a distance. Bricks require you to get up close, but the gun can blow your head clean off at 5 to 10 feet away. Actually, if we feel trapped, we have the castle law that defends us. So I have the right to kill you if you're presenting mortal attack, danger, putting us in danger for our fear of our life and no way out. So I'd have to blow your head off. Yeah. Dude, I'm a trained sharpshooter. You don't want to mess with me. I have multiple cameras, every angle's covered, and it uploads to a redundant server. So whatever you come wearing will be all we'll see. If you come to the door with like face masks on, we'd see face masks. But then your head would be blown off, even if you were face mask doesn't prevent your head from being blown off. No, I didn't get my sun today. This is an artificial effect I'm getting here. And this is not how I really look like I'm ready for the morgue. Yeah, camera does amazing work. Let me show you what I really look like. Is that better? It's lighting and yeah. I didn't want to get too yellow, but I got to get a little yellow, a little orange in there. I do have an enormous elastic mouth. You didn't realize that I'm a facial contortionist. I can make my face appear like any other face out there. It's a unique quality. I thought maybe we could talk. Look, I even look like this guy. Check this out. Are you looking at me? Are ya? Sorry. That's an irrelevant question, Jack. I'm not gay, never was. I'm very attracted to women. It's past her segment, but she comes in whenever she wants. How did Obama buy an $8 million house and $400,000 a year? Well, because he's been paid through his Cayman Island account for years to control legislation and to dictate whatever the Illuminati wanted him to do, Barack Obama did. And he and his transgender lover, Michelle, were very happy with the money they got. Add the one, good evening, welcome. Haven't seen Jackson. He went into kind of a funk there. He talked about chemtrails with his girlfriend, and they're no longer together. You won't, like I said, with your head blown off, you won't be moving your arm much. Yeah, they took a lot of money. I'm sure the Obamas made a lot of side money in the Caymans. We don't know what happened to all that money. Elephant juice, that's a bannable fill. Yeah, you're out of here. Oh no, Jackson, if you see I love you. Gold, 1254. Silver, 1677. Dow Jones, 21359. What's wrong with that picture? Gold's going up, silver's going down. That's weird. It's a strange occurrence. It could have been the drop in silver was a result of the raise in the prime. Who knows? I don't have any skin cancer, but thanks for asking. No, actually, you wouldn't be able to get into my facility with a gun. Yeah, there's metal detectors, so you wouldn't be able to actually get through the door. Otherwise, you'd be zapped. Electrocution's not very nice. No, I don't smoke Panama Red because it's a cheap Mexican brew. It's probably going to end up causing lung cancer. Yeah, all I can tell you is, you don't need paraquat to smoke pot. Some of the best pot in the world is grown in California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado. I mean, you people have no idea what you're missing. Well, you can't wait till I go to sleep because I have alarms with motion detectors around my house. So I would wake up if you came near my house. I'm not in any way a part of the Kosovo group. That was another David John Sponheim. Apparently he was a sergeant. You got me confused with him. You people. That's what I'm talking about. You people. Dave, I cut a deal with Mark. I'm going to upset Onion. And Mark going to split cash. Wow. No, it's not overkill to have so much security. I maintain a good solid security system. I've got 3 layers of defenses. I can tell you that much. Why is Hillary Clinton's family and the Democrats dealing with Russia not looked at? Why are my dealings are? Donald Trump. He finally came out of the woodwork. Why didn't you pursue Hillary Clinton's law breaking when you became president? Answer that one, Donald Trump. Yeah. Why didn't you prosecute Hillary like you said you were going to? That would have completely changed the dimension of this Russian investigation. David, you should try to get on removed URL. Could you spell that out phonetically? Because it doesn't come in here. So Trump is very pissed off that they're not investigating Hillary when he didn't even want to pursue a case against Hillary. Advanced verification ID scanner. Wow. That's new technology. I should be profiling that. You got to stop using the N-word here. You won't get close enough to blow my head off with a 45. You'd have to be within 25 feet to be accurate. 45s are not that accurate. You'd be better off with a 32 at 30 feet. Once that kickback of that gun goes off, your hand's like wobbly. Apparently you've never shot a gun. Age verification ID scanner request a live demo. 99% of counterfeit IDs pass other scanners. Are you at risk? ID imaging, front and back of ID captured and prepped for processing via dual side scanner. ID inspected. Your sexual determination is being forwarded to the NSA. barcode, security patterns, more intense verification. Welcome to Big Brother. No, 45s are not that accurate. They were military guns. They were used for 20, 25-foot range. 38s are even worse. They have a wide open barrel, short snub. They don't have much accuracy at all. You know that 50% of the people that shoot a weapon of that size miss? At 20 feet? The numbers are astonishing. Most people, when they hold a gun, are like, when I was swatted 2 years ago. Hi there, Kardashian. Tuned into our show. When I was swatted at my house for no reason, the police had no reason to come to my house. They didn't follow any protocols. They didn't check my voice against the voice of some kid calling in, claiming that he was a shooter. I was swatted. You didn't know the story? Well, when I opened the door and went outside, and they told me to lay in the grass, put my hands behind my back, and they cuffed me. I bet you're laughing. Well, I looked up and I was very calm because I've been in riots in Los Angeles. I mean, I've had people threaten me with gunshots to my head when I moved up here. A guy pulled his pulled his shotgun on my head and pumped it and said, "I'm going to blow your head off, man." I mean, all these things. Anyways, I'm looking at least 10 guys which are claiming to be SWAT members when they were just sheriffs with a 2-day training course. And they were all like holding their guns like this. And the laser sighting was dancing around my body. They were scared shitless. And I had no fear at all. It's the weirdest thing. I think the training that they're getting is not sufficient, and I don't believe that they're really capable of running SWAT units in local areas. So the whole plan by Obama to push for a greater police state, implementing 646 vehicles were given to the U.S. Local municipalities, to turn almost every city in America into a SWAT team. You go to LA, they got a SWAT team in Duarte. Just one city over, they've got another SWAT team in Azusa. Yeah, I mean, they got SWAT teams all over Los Angeles. Anyway, they're all highly untrained and not capable, and the government's trying to enlarge their police state because that's the directive the New World Order has, to turn our nation into a Nazi police state. We will make sure that those SWAT teams are not fully organized and fully funded when I'm president. I'll be asking for the vehicles back. The MRAPs and HRAPs will be sent back to the National Guard, and we'll lube them up and mothball them. There's no need to have all these SWAT teams all around the country. It's ridiculous. I did not know about a blimp plane that burned up today. Here's Power J has some gadgets and social recognition stuff. Let's take a look at that. The Independent is talking about it. FindFace app, which uses facial recognition to identify strangers on social media, takes Russia by storm. Wow. FindFace has racked up 500,000 users in only 2 months. Wow. A new facial recognition app which allows users to find anyone's social media profile using only a picture of their face was rocketed to success in Russia. So they're employing their government operations to reach out and give people a chance to find people. Match people with different faces. FindFace's co-founder, Alexander Kabakov, told The Guardian the app could change how we find dates. His description of the app's romantic applications, however, is a little dystopian. Really? If you see someone you like, you can photograph them, find their identity, and then send them a friend request. If you got a crush on a famous film star, you can upload an image of them and find 10 doppelgangers instantly. Looking for a sex slave? Just the kind you want, go to this Russian site and find that sex slave just like the one you had before. No, I don't. My ears are beautiful. Jeff Sessions, he can't hear a thing. Did you hear his recent comment about marijuana? Oh, it's pathetic. The guy is so out of it, it's unbelievable. Okay. Impeachment is no longer enough. Donald Trump must face justice. Okay. Somebody's running their mouth off over at the HuffPost. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. So he is a fossil. He's like an ancient mind from the past, processed bird. Well, let's be clear. He's been fossilized. Yeah, we'll look at this right now. Take a look at Jeff Sessions talking about marijuana.
My view is that crime does follow drugs. In the 70s and 80s, we saw so many lives destroyed by drug abuse. And I think the drugs today are more powerful, they're more addictive, and they can
It's an herb, you asshole. It's not a drug, it's an herb.
destroy even more lives. Young people have their lives destroyed. I, as you know, am dubious about marijuana. As states, can pass whatever laws they choose, but I'm not sure we're going to be a better, healthier nation than if we have marijuana being sold at every corner grocery store. I just don't think that's going to be good for us, and we'll have to work our way through that. I'd see a line in the Washington Post today that I remember from the 80s. This one was, if you smoke, marijuana is a cure for opiate abuse. Give me a break. I mean,
Well, where do you want your break? I mean, you tell me what part you want broken. I mean, it's true. Marijuana does lower the symptoms of drug withdrawals because marijuana is not a drug. It's an herb. And it's not physically addicting like cigarettes or alcohol. Have you ever had a drink, Jeff? Are you a boozer? Are you a drinker? Talk about a road to ruin with alcohol. Oh my God. I don't like ham. It's just too salty. I like uncured ham.
this is the kind of argument that has been made out there to just almost...
Marijuana is not an opiate. It's a mild hallucinogen. Hello? There's no opium or opiated containers. There's no poppy-related activities with marijuana. Are you even versed in the cannabis world? Do you even have any knowledge? Yellowstone has a 4.5 earthquake, only 10 kilometers deep. Just yesterday morning, there were 69 earthquakes in Yellowstone. Jeff Sessions has money ties to the prison industrial complex. That's why he wants to reverse a standing order by Barack Obama not to increase private prison spending, because it doesn't work. And he's going to just blow by that and increase private prison spending.
A desperate attempt to defend the harmlessness of...
If marijuana was part of the Illuminati mind control, they would have legalized it years ago, you fool. But there's companies that, like Just Say No Foundation, is all about promoting alcohol, stopping any marijuana use or any other drug use.
Marijuana or even its benefits. I doubt that's true. Maybe science will prove I'm wrong, but at this point in time, you and I have a responsibility to use our best judgment, that which we've learned over a period of years, and speak.
It's an herb. The H is silent, you imbecile. Yes, herb, not herb.
Truth as best we can. My best view is that we don't need to be legalizing marijuana, and we need to crack down more effectively on heroin and fentanyl and other drugs. And part of the federal leadership will be drug distribution networks, cartels that threaten the very governments of nations to our south, and less money that they extract out of America and sends to their organizations, the less power and less...
Well, you're right about that. If marijuana's grown in America, Jeff Sessions, the cartels don't make as much. In fact, the drug cartels make 75% on illegal marijuana. So if you legalize marijuana, we cut the funding to cartels.
Less danger they present to their governments and their people, and fewer people that are addicted.
Tomorrow you'll be hearing more about how my administration is going to expand apprenticeships all throughout the country.
Yeah, sure. Is that before or after you tweet that your world is collapsing? Okay, now I never steal ideas. They are stolen from me. Sessions is an idiot that's pissing a lot of people off because, frankly, 58% of the population, 58% of the whole population wants legalization. And beyond that, 72% of young people want legalization of recreational marijuana. But look at the cronies on his cabinet. Wrong video. That was an extreme flyby. I'm going to show that in a second.
Mr. Trump, I'd like to say thank you for being you. You are terrific. You're marvelous. You're the best person that ever worked in the whole world. You're the finest, greatest. I don't mean to sound like a total kiss ass, but Mr. Trump, apart from not having a bromance with you, I absolutely love you.
Well, it's good everybody at the cabinet piped in and talked about all the things that they're doing and the nice things they said about Donald Trump. Apparently, Donald Trump is very happy when people are complimenting him. So, isn't that great to have a guy sit there and listen to everybody compliment him on his cabinet? Nobody questioning a thing. Boy, we're really on a good growth curve here, you know? Why is Robert Mueller probing Jared Kushner's finances? Because Jared Kushner is at the center of this storm. Jared Kushner was looking deeply into getting a Russian connection at the embassy, the Russian embassy. He wanted a secret private communication with Vladimir Putin and other Russian oligarchs. You know why? To finance the sale of the Kushner building, a $4 billion sale that would have given him and his family $400 million. So Mueller's looking into this as a possible lead as to why Trump was involved. Yeah. What he doesn't understand is the Russians are like a feeding trough for corporate oligarchs here in America. They love it. And the oligarchs in Russia work directly for the Kremlin and for the ailing Politburo. These people work with the oligarchs to control politics around the world. So they're using their oligarchs as much like we use journalists as sources of information, and shared information could also lead false disinformation. Okay, number one, smoking marijuana will affect your motivation. But if you're running out of marijuana, I guarantee you'll be highly motivated to get more. Okay, thank you for being sarcastic. Wow, you augmented reality glasses.
Look around. Technology is all around us. We use it in every aspect of our lives. It enables us to do amazing things.
Okay, I think they're going to monetize this. I better stop it. Yeah. That's a really good video for tonight, though. So we'll add it to our library.
Okay.
Oh, hi, you're home.
Hi, sorry it took so long.
That's okay.
I was home earlier. I just...
You did a few things you had to take care of. Okay.
I just got involved.
No problem. Some of the games that they're offering now are very addictive. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't help but, play some of them.
That's me.
I know. Sarah loves these new games that are on our cell phones. It's kind of... Yes, Malcolm Turnbull is roasting Donald Trump over fake polls in Russia. So Trump is going to have some problems with Malcolm Turnbull, who's, by the way, said a couple nice things about me. I want to thank that. Malcolm has actually talked about me publicly. It's pretty impressive.
Ever think of Malcolm Turnbull as a comedian? Well, he tried his hand at it last night, and the butt of his best jokes was none other than Donald Trump. Mr. Turnbull was in full-on crawling mode when he met the US president in New York last month, But it was different when politicians and the media got together at Canberra's midwinter ball. The Prime Minister not only made fun of the President, he mimicked him, even on the subject of that New York meeting.
It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful, putting me at ease ever.
The PM presumably thought Mr. Trump would never find out because journalists attending the ball are supposed to agree not to report what happens. But I don't go to the ball, and an audio tape has just happened to leak. Plus a sample was posted on Instagram. So here's the PM talking about himself, the Prez, and opinion polls.
That Donald and I, we are winning and winning in the polls. We are winning so much. We are winning like we have never won before. We are winning in the polls. We are. Not the fake polls. Not the fake polls. They're the ones we're not winning in. We're winning in the real polls. You know, the online polls. They are so easy to win. Did you know that? I know that. Did you know that? I kind of know that. I know that. They are so easy to win.
So easy
I
to win.
have this Russian guy. Believe me, it's true. It is true.
I'm not sure that Donald would be all that amused by that reference to a Russian guy. Vladimir Putin might be, though.
All right.
That is so funny.
That was funny, yeah.
That was good. Good
Malcolm
job,
Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Turnbull is coming
Nice
out.
impression.
That was very good. We've got
Very funny.
video shopped, yes. You've got definition. eBay is selling some augmented glasses. This is an eBay item. Are people really going in this direction? You know, that's the question. For 1,032, you can have augmented glasses that'll give you a...
And in 3 years, they'll be available at your local
Yeah.
at your local yard sale for 50 cents.
Yeah. Well, Best Buy will carry them for probably $12.99, but you can buy them now ahead of the technology curve. You know, I was stung pretty hard by the early technology curve. Okay, Trump orders government to stop work on the Y2K bug 17 years later. Wow.
Well, thank goodness. Well, maybe
Thank you.
Trump is finally doing something right.
Good. Yeah, so there's still work going on the Y2K bug. That's funny.
They report
God.
on preparedness for the year 2000. Oh my goodness.
And they kept continuing to prepare for the year 2000, even though it kept going on. Well, like this thing, we got a person who came out and visited us.
Now, Trump, here's the next thing you need to get rid of. RTI.
Yeah, this is Sorry I Missed You, RTI.
Research, whatever.
Yeah, they've been making $50 million a year since 1971. And they came to our house claiming that we were one of 200,000 houses in America that were chosen to discuss drug use and mental health problems. And I said, seriously? You're gonna? And he said, yeah, we'll pay you $30 if you meet our requirements. It's like, so they're giving money away to families that they're asking are drug addicts.
And it's like, gee, if someone's really a drug addict, they're probably too high to fill out a survey.
Yeah.
Or
if they're homeless, they're homeless.
Or the family members are too embarrassed to fill out a survey.
That too. But they only go to door to houses, and the real homelessness is where people have mental problems. They're not dealing with anyone without a home, so it's like they're not even checking. And this has been going on since 1971. This drain of $2 billion.
It's raining outside.
Oh, it is. Wow. Okay.
Oh, well, kind of. It's very windy today.
I noticed that. Yeah.
And it was very chilly. Yes, it was cold outside. I know, it's weird. It's like a Seattle weather, or this area of weather. My friend said that she doesn't like to spend summer in Alaska. She'd rather spend winter in Alaska because it's like cold and wet and rainy.
Yes, this is 2017. You missed a year. Salty Dog's been time traveling. The high is followed by warm flushes of the skin. Okay. What are you talking about?
I don't know what behavior.
New Epson Movero glasses are pretty weird. So there's been
I'm sure you do.
There's going to be a bat signal to light up Los Angeles in tribute to Adam West, who died last week at 88 years old.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Bat signal will shine over LA in tribute to the late Adam West actor known for playing Batman in the campy 1960 TV series.
Aw, that's sweet.
Mayor Eric Garcetti is doing it. Okay, Sarah can talk to you guys for a bit. I'll be back with more political commentary and whatnot. The Hill GOP stunned Trump, called their bill mean. Yeah. Trump had a private comment earlier this week that the House health care bill was mean. You know, I'm not sure what he means by mean. Having a lingering and potentially devastating effect on his credibility among House Republicans. Members are still talking about Trump's comment. Their frustration that he'd throw them under the bus is likely to damage his ability to negotiate on major terms like infrastructure and tax reform. Well, they already ruled 97-2. The Senate ruled that to keep the sanctions against Russia. So all this stuff about Russia, even if the investigation turns nothing up, at least they're stopping the sanctions on Russia. We don't benefit from having a cozy relationship with Russia. Trump does. He sells condos. America doesn't benefit from having any economic sharing with Russia whatsoever. Scientists discover a new form of carbon that's hard as a rock but stretches like rubber. Huh.
A new form of what?
It's a new form of carbon.
Ooh, that's so cool.
Yeah. It'll fill the space, and the tabs will be right where I'm left. So.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. I will be back. Thank you.
All right. Sure, I can turn him off. Here. There, that now you can feel like the guests are off. Even though it's just you that are off. Bless me. Thank you. Not me. Okay, we're moving on. This is kind of cool, the new form of carbon. It's hard as a rock, but stretches like rubber. Like, what? When does it stretch? Let's read this. They heat carbon to 1,000 degrees Celsius, 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. They discovered a brand new elemental form that's ultra strong and ultra light, but also elastic like rubber and electrically conductive. Ooh. The method used to find it could lead to the discovery of an entire class of materials we've never seen before. Wow. Oh, you had to get your car repaired? Is that what you're talking about, the body shop? Brian? Isn't that cool? Carbon's the only element that adheres to all others on the periodic table. That is so cool. All right. This new form of carbon not only offers up a range of extraordinary properties, the method used to find it. Okay, as the fourth most abundant element in the universe and the second most abundant in our bodies after oxygen, carbon isn't just the key components of life on Earth. When it comes to its physical properties, there are few elements as diverse as carbon. Oh yes, your ball joints, you were telling me. 1,500 for your ball joints? You've got to be kidding me. That is a huge amount of money. Oh, I am so sorry, Brian. That's ridiculous. Makes you want to go be a mechanic, doesn't it? To learn how to fix your ball joints yourself. Certain atomic configurations will result in the soft, slippery form of graphite. But arrange it another way and you'll get a diamond, one of the hardest materials on the planet. And then there's graphene, which is the strongest material known to science. I did not know graphene was the strongest material known to science. I thought graphite and graphene were similar, and graphite super slippery. And well, anyway. Now researchers have figured out that if you heat carbon to almost 1,000 degrees Celsius and then put it under 250 times normal atmospheric pressure, you can produce ultra strong, super flexible form of carbon that you could use in everything from exoskeletons to spaceships. In the past, scientists have tried to create something like this, but without the right combination of heat and pressure, it would keep reverting back to its original structure. Jingjing Zhao from Yanshan University in China have found the optimal conditions which force the carbon to buckle, merge, and connect in a range of configurations. Wow, that's so cool. Oh, gross, 145. No, that's just gross. I know I talk about it. Graphene is very cool. So it's a new exotic type of carbon that contains both graphite-like and diamond-like bonds. Oh, that's so cool. Plus layers of graphene. Ooh, I want to invest in this Zhijing Zhao from Yanshan University in China. But of course, who owns a patent? Yanshan University in China, probably. No. Zinger. You heard it through the graphene. It was a great time. All right, the result is it's exotic type of carbon that contains both graphite-like, diamond-like bonds. So it has softness and strength at the same time. So these are the three different forms it can take. The red spheres represent the diamond-like links, and the black represents layers of graphene. The material is now known as compressed glassy carbon. The compressed glassy carbons have extraordinary specific compressive strengths, more than 2 times that of commonly used ceramics, and simultaneously exhibit robust elastic recovery in response to local deformations. The elasticity beats organic rubber, silica, and even some shape-shifting titanium nickel wire, and it's about 5 times stronger than common metals and alloys. So they're going to use the same technique to find a whole range of never-before-seen material. The research has been published in Science Advances. That is pretty cool. Oh, weird weather in Antarctica has resulted in rain and a melt area the size of Texas. Wow. A head transplant surgeon severed and reconnected the spinal cords of 9 mice. Kind of bizarre. Okay. And Elon Musk published his plans for colonizing space. That's kind of cool. I like that science alert site. Thanks for sharing it, whoever gave me the link. Oh, that's funny. 706. The mice with success here. I'll give you the link, then you can read through it and see if it was with success. He created two-headed mice. Kind of weird. I don't know who named their child Elon, except for Elon's parents. Elon Musk's parents. Okay, here, I'm going to go back here. No, I'm going to go back here. Fantastic. All right, now I'm just going to close out of this for now. Yeah, that's true. Don't worry, be happy. Every day for 5 years, this Japanese artist creates a fun miniature diorama. Like, he does something with the diorama? Oh, so he has miniatures. That's kind of cute. You think Musk would make a good name? First name? Musk, a tier? Yeah, Musk. Yeah, Musk. I don't know if Musk is a good name because then, kids will be like, ooh, what's that musk I smell? Like, you have to think about kids, like, picking on people. Yeah, well, I took a break before I gave David a break, so I came home around 6 o'clock, and then I took a break till 6:30. Well, actually, I was supposed to come on until 6:30, but then I accidentally took too long and came in at 7. Yeah, that's exactly abnormal. You bet Elon Musk's name, that's not his real name. There you go. I know 722. It's kind of sad. You want me to wear my leather skirt and vest ensemble? I don't know if I can fit into it anymore. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, it's like let's focus on positive thoughts here.
I can. I'll wear it when it's warmer outside.
Yeah, when it's summertime and we've been working out for 6 weeks straight, so we look good.
You knew a kid in school named Rick Shaw? Oh.
Well, the diorama guy, the link was very good. A guy created all kinds of dioramas.
Yeah, the little miniatures.
Yeah, that was funny. Okay, I brought the laptop in. We wouldn't be able to do the show without this laptop. It's amazing. The cooking show requires it.
I know, abnormal. Well, wait. In an hour, I'll be yawning up a storm.
Sorry we missed you.
It's close, Chico. Close. When am I expecting? I'm not expecting. No. It's just because it's a stressful time of year. That's all. Give me another week and everything will be peachy keen. Yeah, those wraps actually, when I first walked in the house, I'm like, that smells super yummy. Yeah, I know. I love you as a brother, too. I mean, I'm a sister, you're a brother. You know what I mean. Listen to the creeps talk. Yes, waste of time with Sarah. Yes, having one wife is totally enough. I wouldn't know, though. I don't have a wife, thankfully. Hello, Jar HD67. Thanks for watching us on Periscope. Why can't you talk about sexual things and zombies? Well, I'm sure you can talk about anything that you want to talk about. I don't really want to talk about that, though. Isn't my show on? Oh, wait. I think I have to watch it over here. Because I'm not signed in. Eh. There we go. One watching. Me. I'm watching myself. Yay! I'm so happy. Oh, add the one. Sarah, your coat looks horrible. You hate my coat? What specifically do you not like about my coat? My dog coat? It looks like a dog. Okay, I can take off my coat. Why don't zombies eat each other? Because the meat has gone bad. They want fresh meat. I never understood that either, Zinger. My hair looks like ripples on a lake. Thank you, don't worry, be happy. I don't know. Because, you know what? I know sometimes 393, I've been with David for 2 decades now. And I think about times that I was with David, like when I first met him, and times before I met him, and it seems like yesterday. That's awesome, Patrick. I do that too, and then I go to the laundromat and wash them all. No, 738. I'm too busy with school or my job to do that. And then in the summer when I'm not busy, David thinks it's weird that I would want to do that, because why wouldn't I do it for the rest of the year? Thanks, Chico. You're in the cassette culture. You're still loving it. Yeah, I thought so too. 706. It's like the coat looked Paleolithic, like the Vikings show. Ooh. Oh, in about 20 years, Elfire. I've only just begun. Yes, I do like leather. Well, this was leather coat I was wearing. I don't know, 738. Sometimes I think I would, and sometimes I don't. So, probably not. Your Vikings, Scots, and Celts? So what? Yeah. In the land of the predator, the lion never fears the jackal. We've only just begun to live. White nights and promises. You bought 2 8-tracks? Do you have an 8-track player then? That's pretty cool. Yes, that has something to do with it, 765. Oh, incredible images, disassembled objects. Let me check that out, Scissor Fight. No, I don't, 738. Never. Really? Rarely. Yeah. Yes, that was a kid's song. Cats are so funny. Oh, that's funny. A funny cat compilation on YouTube. Cute. Images of disassembled objects. Those are cool. Wow, look at all the parts. What was that? A Pentax camera, a typewriter. Ooh, that is so cool. A flip clock. Ooh, that is so cool. Cord dial phone. An old recorder. Wind-up clock. Brownie. Oh, the Brownie camera. Calculator. How cool is that? Those are neat. Thanks for sharing that, Scissor Fight. Yes, I'm affected by the new healthcare laws. I was supposed to go to a meeting and figure out how it was affected, but I didn't. But that's true, 393. Thank you. Yes, I have heard that, Patrick. David actually had a 8-track player when I first met him. I think he played something for me on it. And then the 8-track player broke, or I don't know, I think it broke. Maybe it had sat outside, or not outside, but out in like a storage area. Something like that. But you have several reel-to-reels. That's pretty cool. That's what I heard, 765, that 8-tracks ate the tapes. I should start a baking show? Well, I still owe David some peanut butter cookies. Yes, the best, 738. I know, I'm old. I got old. How long have you known me, Salty Dog? 6 months, and now I'm totally old. You can fly up to a coffee shop, like where? The coffee shop on the moon? Or are you saying you're going to fly up here to Seattle to come see a coffee shop? Oh, you don't miss winding the tape back up after it's been eaten. That's true. I like peanut butter too. It's true. Come on. I almost love you. Well, Scarn, I guess you're talking to me, but you know I'm totally taken, right, with David? Was I hunting deer today? I know, with my camouflage shirt. That would have been fun. No, actually, I've never been hunting, so I don't know if that would be fun. Thanks, Ab. I hope so. All right, I'm working on it, 393. It's hard, though. Mark loves his mom's cookies. Yes, when your mom makes you cookies, what can be better than that? And 464, I like Brussels sprouts too, but not in cookies. Wow. That's pretty amazing, Mad Dog. That must be awesome. Have I tried haggis? No. And what's neeps? No, I haven't tried either of those. No. Oh yeah, Brian? How did that work out for you? David does like to use a lot of eggs. It's kind of ironic because, like, never mind. David just loves eggs, and I could imagine trying to like eggs at one point, but no, I'm not an egg fan. I like eggs in baked goods, and I do like hard-boiled eggs, but that's about it. But David doesn't really make a lot of hard-boiled eggs. And I feel bad that I don't like eggs, but... Well, I did an experiment with pickled eggs one time, Mad Dog, and it was horrible because the vinegar smelled so bad. And like, it was like, I think that's what made all the kids hate me at my school. And it was like, ended up being like horrible from then on because all the kids hated me because I did a pickled egg experiment. I think that was it. I do not. Yeah. The only kind of vinegar I like now is balsamic vinegar. Well, no, that's probably why I like... No, I hate I hate bologna. Ugh. Hate it. I know I'm usually not that picky of an eater, except I don't like eggs. I hate bologna.
But you like Vienna sausages.
Well, Vienna sausages are different. Yeah. David thinks bologna and Vienna sausages taste the same, and I don't think they taste the same at all. Is that like pickled bologna? Well, then I guess I like it because I do like Vienna sausages. Oh, is that where he lives? Is he gonna like? I don't know. He hasn't seen me in person unless or hasn't said anything. If he has 393, I love Sponheim. Oh, you like beets? Oh yes. You think I need to eat haggis? It has loads of protein. It's true. I don't eat a lot of protein. I know processed foods, but you're right about processed meats. And I haven't eaten Vienna sausages probably since I met David. Well, that's not true, but I don't think I've eaten Vienna sausages in probably 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. You sent it to my email address, 393? Well, potted meat is similar to Vienna sausages. Yes, David does make protein shakes for me. No, there's no wives or housewives here. Eat sardines every morning? I don't think I could do that. I mean, I like sardines, but I don't like them that much. No, I don't like ham. Deviled ham or any kind of ham. Yeah, I have heard that, Mad Dog, about peanut butter, getting powdered peanut butter for protein shakes. Well, I used to 117 as a friend, but I guess I'm friendly with everybody in here. I know. Hitting on me? Yes. Yeah, everybody needs some vitamins. Vitamins are good for you. You want me to film David making a protein shake for me? We'll have David do that on his next cooking show. I remember Bish. Yeah. What are you talking about, Chico? That just sounds gross. Donnie? Who's Donnie? Scarn, I don't know who you're talking about. When Elvis was in the army, this was on the big screen, the YouTube. Alright, so let's talk about trivia. Will that be better, 393? Did I like mute them all? That just sounds gross, Chico. Yes. I wish her the best too. Three hours of relaxing guitar music. That sounds nice to listen to. It's on YouTube. Okay, closing out of this. Trump lashes out at the Russia probe and Pence hires lawyer. Mueller, known for being above the fray, is now in the thick of it. Well, here's David back, so...
Yeah, I'm wondering where we're going to go with tablets. Are we going to be wearing ARM tablets next year? Are there going to be this big rage? Are we all going to have like our tablets on our arm? And will people even care about the dangers of radio frequencies because the government refused to talk about it? It's kind of amazing. Trump had a break today. Yeah, he did it. He needed a little bit of downtime. I think staying away from tweeting is a good move. He tweeted only, 6 times today? To my none? I've never tried sheep eyeballs, but...
Mike Willis asked,
yeah.
What did you cook tonight on the cooking show?
It was really good. It was a seaweed seafood wrap.
Seaweed seafood wrap.
Yeah. I took that pollock, Alaskan pollock that is processed as imitation crab meat, and I made kind of a bed of cabbage and seaweed and onions and carrots, and I went ahead and nestled the crab on top of that with shrimp, chopped up. I got from Argentina, way down in the southern waters of Argentina. And man, it's really good. I made a wrap there. If you want to have any portion of it, it's up to you. It's sitting it's on the warmer, but the range is off. So
Okay.
it's
you didn't
ready
include
to go.
octopus in there.
No, there's nothing hard to eat. It's very easy to eat, and seaweed is really good. It's right around when Fukushima happened. I went out, and bought as much Korean wakame that I could find, and that was 6 years ago now, 7 years ago.
That's what David's trying to do, 369. He has a problem with Trump, so he wants to become president and do better.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing for 8 years. Trump stole 10 of my ideas to get elected, and he's fully aware of what our campaign is doing. They're trying to keep us down in the mainstream media, so the more you folks in America talk about us, the better. The people around the world are helping considerably, just mentioning us to other people, and our numbers around the world on UHF continue to grow. But now Russia is blocking the Russian signal. They know they don't want their own people listening to us because I've got a viral message, and the message is the New World Order controls all the countries right now, including Russia, and we have to stop it from within by taking down one of the biggest legs they've got, which is bringing America back, getting our own nation back, becoming a sovereign nation again. Because these monetary elitists think they can control us, and they own people like Donald Trump because he's so greedy. Russia is the New World Order. They've got Russian oligarchs that are connected to the Zionist takeover of the world. And the Zionists have one primary goal, and that's global domination. There's no doubt about it. Whereas I believe in the nation-state model, and a happy balance of individual nations working on their own regional problems. Whereas the global New World Order has all kinds of horrible overtones. And we all know that any one group trying to run one area usually fails. So it's failed from the start. It's doomed to failure. And the nation-state model is going to continue to survive. I'm absolutely positive of it. But we have to stop these people in the process because they're very entrenched and ready to go. We're going to have to, we've got a death threat coming in at 313. And I'm going to go to print screen.
Where is it?
Right here, that button. And what I want to do is, since we sent all this to the NSA, open up Paintbox over here, and I was trying to find it the other day. The back of a Lincoln Town Car in Vegas. That looks like fun. Yeah. That's a great vehicle to be in Vegas with. Lincolns are awesome vehicles if you buy an older unit. Good deals too, and you get like 30 miles per gallon. The Lincoln Town Car gets 30 miles per gallon from 2001. If you buy a used Lincoln Town Car, you'll actually get 30 miles per gallon. You'll have like a living room in your back seat. But there's some really nice luxury vehicles now that are very nice, and hybrids too. So you don't need to travel in a tight little car if you want to travel with and get good gas mileage. The technology is really advanced. I'm so surprised. Hyundai is competing. Honda is competing. Toyota has got a new Prius version that's out.
I guess that didn't work or something.
It doesn't go edit paste. I Control V when you're in there. Just type Control V. Okay.
Did the screen not grab it?
Apparently not. Could be a problem in the system. We can mute 1173 too. Thank you. Hey, I can take over from here, Sarah. Thank you for giving me a break and get back to your enjoyable time, because you really have a lot to unwinding to do. 6 years ago, I was building what would eventually become Vaughn Live. It's crazy how much Vaughn Live has evolved, and I've got to say that today. I feel the same energy, the same excitement that I had 6 years ago. Converting the sites to HTML has definitely reignited that feeling, and I'm loving every second of it. Mark Vaughn. Wow. That's super, super great, Mark. I'm so glad you found a happy space in the money that they're giving you.
What are you talking about, busy? Poor Sarah. I like my life. I don't like, people. I don't know. Anyway.
Bull testicles for health benefits? No, I don't think so.
I think Chico's from Scotland. Maybe that's why he's fixated on sheep.
He's got sheep eyeballs on his mind, and the man has been, consuming food faster than the Below Zero show consumes meat. I mean, these guys eat caribou and moose up there in Alaska.
Okay, thanks, busy.
I'm wondering how the heck people are eating all this meat from other sources of protein.
I guess I'll go try David's seaweed wrap thing.
Seafood wrap. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's full of vitamins. And the seaweed, they say, prevents problems with the body's reaction to radiation. You ever go in the bathroom, turn the lights off, and see how much glow your body's emitting? Check it out sometime.
I know, I'm pretty white.
You'd be surprised.
When it happens.
Yuck. Thank you, busy.
Yeah, I don't know about the sheep thing, and I don't know.
Yeah. I think we got that one down too. Okay, I'll take over the manning the pole.
Is it this? Like that? Let me see. I didn't. No. And I did this one, and it didn't do.
Yeah. Apparently Windows 7 reacts differently than Windows 10. Or
is this clipboard? I mean this...
We'll figure it out later. You know that
here it is. I got it. It's this.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And you could just do it here. You could do it here.
Sure.
Like that.
Okay. That's super fast.
Yeah.
And how do you access OneDrive?
I just did this and this, and then it
OneDrive
just popped up.
Wow, okay, cool. That's super fast. And it's this button right here.
Well, it's this. See how it's blue?
Oh, yeah, that and that. Oh, yeah. See? Thank you. Hold on just a second. We've got people that I have to clear out of the show.
Have fun kicking all these guests out. I didn't have any problem with guests.
No.
Except one person says, like, I feed into the trolls. And I'm like...
No, only because the trolls want a place to talk. The trolls truly have no place else to go. I mean, if they go to Politico, they're bored out of their mind. 4chan doesn't have the interactivity that we give. And the virtual interactive chat session that we offer is like 100%. Our next cooking show is next Thursday. But you could double up our recipe tonight and cook the entire thing I made tonight. It'll be uploaded at 2 in the morning at youtube.com/DavidJohnSponheim. Jon.
I'll store David's endless links on Saturday, maybe.
Yeah, we've got a little thing going on with Delicious at the end of the month. That's coming up. I would love to be able to find an export tool to take all the links and just dump into a file like a Word document. Links would do work in Word documents.
They don't do any exporting right now.
I know. I'm wondering if I could just scrape. I should just consider scraping 3,000 pages of links with no cross connectivity.
I just tossed my hair to the other side. That's all I did.
It works.
Like that. That's all I did. All right.
We don't cook Sasquatch up here. It's a Bigfoot is, there's a fine if you shoot a Bigfoot. I think it's like 25,000 and 25 years in prison or something if you kill an actual Sasquatch. And eat it. You're not allowed to eat it. Same with eagles and swans and other things. Yeah, so don't kill the Bigfoot when you're going Bigfoot hunting. I know. Sarah doesn't need makeup. I don't need makeup either. Okay, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
Okay.
Get some rest. Good to have you in the show.
Yes, I have nothing else, so I just play with my hair.
Take care. I have become so autonomous. The technology of smoothing control systems has worked very well with my body and physical attributes. Everything seems normal. Okay, I am ready for chat. All systems go. Proceed, attacking the show. Okay, so today we'll talk a little bit about Monsanto and the dangers of pesticides. Okay, we talked a little bit about that. What do you think? What's your take? Yeah, I had mine. That's, I just made a lot, so just feel free. I even have some overage that I'm going to make some corn tortillas out of with a little bit of cheese. Organic corn. Yes. Well, we talked about pesticides, Monsanto. Is there anything more you want to say? Okay, let's move on. We're eating it. It's in our food. Remember when DDT was sent down, the technology of DDT was sent down to Mexico and South America because we banned it here? Well, guess where we're bringing most of the food coming from? Is now coming from Mexico and South America with DDT on it. So nothing our government did stopped the desperate destruction of our environment. Nothing. We've got a bunch of naysayers in a room that constantly don't believe that anything's ever going to change. Dave, don't let her beep beep. She's going to eat it because it's good. Busy. Hey, it's full of vitamins and everything I put in it is natural. Like the cabbage and the onions and the carrots. I see I've got to clean my biofilter. It's blinking. It's time to clean the biofilter. Once a week now we have to clean it with all the chemtrails that are being dumped in our head. I never said I would get rid of a person like that. No. You're fabricating 403. You can't get rid of that person. See, he comes back and says, "Hello, my name is Eric." Deadlock jury could continue deliberating Friday in Cosby's sex assault case. You think he bought somebody on the jury? You know, it's possible. Jury people can be, forced to do things. That's what they say. Of course, movies are built on that theory.
And another day of deliberations meantime, and jurors of the Bill Cosby sexual assault trial still have not made a decision yet on guilt or innocence. Those jurors will be back tomorrow morning to continue deliberations. Eyewitness News reporter Greg Argos is live at the courthouse in Norristown, where we will soon be starting a 5th day of deliberations. Greg.
That's exactly right there, Natasha. The jury telling the judge at 11 this morning they were deadlocked on all 3 counts. The judge setting them back to deliberate. Still 10 hours later, no decision, and so those deliberations continue tomorrow morning.
Mr. Cosby, how are you feeling, sir?
It seems like this song is on repeat. Another full day of deliberations, 40 hours and counting, and still no verdict. But a skip on this track, 11 a.m. Thursday morning, when the jury telling Judge Stephen O'Neill they're deadlocked on all 3 aggravated sexual assault charges. Bill Cosby spokesperson Andrew Wyatt appearing to signal that was a victory for the defense, but then backtracking.
When the Golden State Warriors beat the Cavs, it was a win. A win is a win. I'm not calling it a win. It's a deadlock.
But Judge O'Neill telling the 7 men and 5 women to continue working and do everything in their power short of violence to reach a verdict. The jury deliberating ever since, and that celebratory tone for the defense changed by 8 Thursday night.
We're just hoping that the judge would, if they don't have a verdict by now, he would release them and just say this thing is a deadlock.
I don't think he speaks for the jury.
Attorney Gloria Allred, who represented one of the witnesses, another Cosby accuser, obviously upset over Wyatt's comments.
That's not how the system works. The jury can deliberate for however long they wish to deliberate.
It shows they're doing what the judge told them to do.
And with another day of deliberation set to begin Friday morning, attorney and analyst Dennis McAndrews says it's anyone's guess when this all will be over.
They stay as long as the judge believes that the potential exists for them to reach a verdict.
Now, this long wait appearing to affect many of the key players here tonight. Normally, Brian McMonagle, Cosby's defense attorney, says something as he leaves the courtroom tonight. He simply went straight to his waiting car, and as it drove off, he had his head in his hands. The jury back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. We're live here at the Montgomery County Courthouse. I'm Greg Argos, CBS 3 Eyewitness News.
All right, Greg, thank you so much. Now, Eyewitness News will, of course, be at the courthouse as we have been until the jury finishes deliberating. As soon as there are any new developments in this courtroom case, we will have them for you on television and online, cbsphilly.com.
Wow. Okay, well, let's disregard all the rumors about Bill Cosby and focus on the facts. He admitted to having quaaludes and luring women. So that alone can put him away. Yeah, I mean, and having admitted that in the court, that's proof beyond reasonable doubt. So it's very likely he's going to get some sort of a sentence of some. So maybe there will be justice in this world. I'm a good person, yes. I want to help people. Saying things like that is a violent thing. She's obviously very disturbed. So, and by the way, you have to disregard everything that person says, because nothing is true. If she had something, she would have presented a video. And what's really odd is we did everything we could to help her. Save her from suicidal tendencies. So, what can I say? What do you do with people who are wanting to kill themselves? She needs to get help. And if you're a person who cares about her, you would get back to her and try to get her the help she needs. At least she's getting attention. That's important. Cosby admitted to carrying quaaludes and with the intent of using them with women. Well, I'm not talking about a ban. I'm talking about people who are around her should turn back to her and say, Cherry, you're delusional. Just get some help and try to help her. Seriously. Thank you. No, he's got permanent brain damage. Yeah. It's pathetic, but, and Steve Scalise is still resting after gunshot wounds. So the young man from North Korea is got permanent brain damage, but the good thing is he's not on a ventilator. So I can't feel sorry for him, but what a joke. People fabricate garbage all left and right. They'll even use their Photoshop to develop things like that. I wouldn't doubt people are working right now trying to paste my head onto homosexual porn movies too. Yeah. Well, I could massage Sarah's feet when she comes home from work, but I'd give her a foot massage at night. So I think Steve Scalise is still alive. But I'd like to find out what happened to Seth Rich. Obviously, If we don't find out what happened to him, we're never going to get to anything. You know, anybody can take pictures of anybody online and call them proof. Yeah, case in point, I've got a video right here. I'll show it to you.
Don't ever call me a porno star.
So, I mean, anybody can do that. You know, it doesn't take a lot to cut video from one of the things that I've done. You wouldn't believe how many outtakes I have of this kind of stuff to get noticed. So, well, yeah, I did a couple of videos back in the day when people thought I was a porno star, and I did this video to tell people I was not a porno star, and then people cut that, you know, it goes from there. Yeah, well, me making an ass out of myself is not unusual, considering I had to do a lot just to get the worldwide audience. Are you kidding me? The blackface video, that wasn't even that's not even allowed on the screen now. I can't even play it here on Vaughn, or they'll kick me off. And I don't want Miss Scruffy and Mark to kick me off this network. Many impressions I've done. Back in the president's video, that particular video has that entire America's... You know, I can play it for you if you want.
I did lust after a Playboy magazine, though. Or maybe Ronald Reagan, the guy who pushed Jimmy Carter aside and showed us what true presidents are like. Ronald Reagan.
Well, I'm sure Nancy and I wouldn't have approved of that, but it would have been awfully fun.
Or,
Mr. Gorbachev, take down your pants.
Or could it be like George H.W. Bush? 1,000 women I didn't do. Or America is a new world odor. Or Bill Clinton. I never had sexual relations on camera.
But or something maybe even more contemporary, like George W. Bush, you know? People die fighting for porno. Laura and I never did that.
So what if Barack Obama said, make no mistake about it, I'm not a porno star. Could you advance the teleprompter? Okay. I think this guy should admit to having never been a porno star either. Ooh. Don't ever call me a porno star.
Yeah, so people have been, you know, working with videos like that for some time. I did that on the fly. It was completely, the voices, everything was done on the fly in my backyard. The mic is too loud, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was virtually, I pieced together in real time, 2 minutes. I just grabbed a camera and did it. That's right, I'm a true American. And many of you don't understand that the technology we have today has not quite bridged the gap between you and your political structure. Even though we've got this interaction and the chat that goes on, the officials in government see that as free speech. No, it did not. And I've done a lot of skits. I could show you a whole list of things that'll blow your mind of me making faces and doing all kinds of weird stuff. But not all of it's been released. And because I've done a lot of stuff in the background, you know, there's still a lot out there that could easily be hacked together. But many of my videos dating back to 2008 are online. Over 4,000 videos are available for people to just cut up and play with. So I've never been a porn star. I've never had my body revealed on camera. I mean, I've done some pretty wild stuff with my face. I will admit that, because it's the only real tool I have to do kind of work to reach people beyond the censorship that we are currently involved in. I'm 6'4". The censorship is really at the crux of this matter. Because Americans like myself have been censored, our political structure doesn't work. And it doesn't take a genius to tell you this, but I am a genius. And I must clarify that if the political structure doesn't work, there's no way we can correct the problems that we have. That being the case puts us in a vulnerable position, all of us. So the average person really doesn't know that. They don't realize that there's censorship everywhere. I've never done a porno, and there's never been any porno of me out there from 1987. That's just garbage. Everything on the dark net is a lie. I've never been to Kosovo. I've never done any kind of drug deals. I've never been a drug dealer. At the very least, I smoked a marijuana cigarette and enjoyed it. That's the only thing I've done in my life that you would call a little bit avant-garde. That's it. But I've done some wild stuff with my face online. And in order to get noticed, I have an elastic face. I do shtick on our show. One of the things that you're going to notice about me, you can think anything about me, is that I am building a consensus of differing opinions, all at the same time. Dude, I'm always prepared. Oh yeah, guaranteed. And I'm a crack shot. You wouldn't even get near me without serious problems, especially in the house. No, the deal is I'm promoting something that will help all of you. And if you don't recognize this, you haven't even tried smoking marijuana. Slowly but surely, our country is turning into a mind-controlled, basic loss of individuality and police state. And the movement to legalize marijuana, which is still growing in America. And thanks. You know, I'm embracing the idea of you guys getting the ability to smoke marijuana, and you'll thank me for it in your older years. You'll go, wow, this guy really was ahead of himself. No, I don't need a job. I've got plenty of cash. You need to work when you have no money, no cash. Since I have plenty of cash, I don't need to worry about that. When you keep your cash in the bank, it turns into a dead asset. So many of you have money in the bank and you don't know what to do with it. Well, obviously, if you buy equipment and technology right now, that's one way that you can build on your cash. But some people are investing in a legal pot in states like Washington, Oregon, and they're investing in it. They're actually building enough money to feed their family with it. So most of my investments over the past few years have never been in marijuana or cannabis production. I've spent a very small amount of money. I remember cumulatively in the past month, I think I may have spent maybe $20 on marijuana because it's something that I would vape. And in order to vape, you have to actually have marijuana to do that. Otherwise, you can't get the benefits of THC. But one of the reasons why I do that is because going to sleep is sometimes difficult. Dave, my dad's kidneys are failing from 40 years of pharmaceuticals. Wow, 792 knows. And marijuana might even help him. You never know. So if you don't understand what's going on, you don't realize what's happening. This is a revolution of sorts. And there's no way we can ignore it. The American people are standing up in praise of legal pot, and the world is watching, and we're wondering why this guy got elected. Well, Donald Trump got elected because the Russians helped him beat the Electoral College vote. Somehow, and I think I know how they did it, the Russians managed to pull certain names out of the list. They do a query search for a name like Washington. Washington happens to be the name of every black person. There's no Washingtons who are not black. There's nobody named Washington who's not black. So, ironically, there must be George Washington's descendants out there somewhere, but ironically, they could have easily twisted the role just by eliminating all Washingtons from every city. That would have gone to Hillary. Same with the word Lee, one of the most common names in the Chinese culture. Anyone who's Chinese, most of them were voting for Hillary, would have been pulled out of our entire voting spill. So this is a way in which the Russians may have done this. But we know that the vote is rigged and that more than 3/4 of us don't want Donald Trump in the government right now. I do not have any investments in Raytheon. That's not true. No, I'm not a user, no. I'm a person who enjoys smoking the herb, marijuana, in the form of a vapor, which is not damaging to my lungs and provides an interesting experience when I'm going to sleep. So that alone gives a person an advantage in life, getting a good night's sleep. David, can I post intel linking Trump to a terrorist? I don't know. Why don't you send that to, I don't know, what are you going to do, Joker fan? I mean, is this solid intel and is it private? Maybe you should send that to the FBI. Dude, I'm not a drug addict. I smoked a little herb at 21. I decided, to wait till 21 to do it. And I've enjoyed it ever since. Now, Sessions would like to believe anybody who smokes marijuana is a drug addict. That's ridiculous. Marijuana is proving to be very, very helpful for people. Legalize it. Don't criticize it. That's right, man. Here's what Prime Minister Netanyahu said in 1990. If we get caught, they will just replace us with persons of the same cloth, so it does not matter what you do. America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up, and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control. Why? Because it is the will of God, and America is big enough to take the hit so we can do it again and again and again. This is what we do to countries that we hate. We destroy them very slowly and make them suffer for refusing to be our slaves. Wow, that's powerful, man. No reason to put trust in a man like that, right? Then why would we put trust in Russia? You think they have any kinder words for us than that? Seriously. Why is Donald Trump so kiss ass with Russia? Can anyone explain that to me? And why are they refusing to acknowledge that every state that benefits from this is going to get a huge return on investment? California, this year alone, is projecting $5 billion in revenue. That's huge. So I will be the legalization presidential candidate, guaranteed. I support it 199.9%. Yeah, Trump and the Zionist cabal, Netanyahu is part of that. Absolutely. Alex Jones says he secretly recorded Megyn Kelly interview post preview online. Wow.
All I can do is give you my word and tell you, if there's one thing about me, I do what I say I'm going to do, and I don't double cross. So, you just became very fascinating to me. I just sort of thought you were this maybe, one-dimensional guy. Like, this is your thing. My goal is for your listeners and the left, who will be watching some on NBC to say, wow, that was really interesting. And then the next time I want to get somebody, they're going to say, look what you did to Alex Jones. It's not going to be some gotcha hit piece. I promise you that.
Okay, this is what's going on. Apparently, a lot of these people were talking behind my back. You're looking at the performance artist formerly known as Alex Jones. And as you know, I've taken over his performance art.
Just kidding.
Coming out tonight, later this evening. I've never done this in 22 years. I've never recorded another journalist. I've never done this, but I knew it was a fraud. I knew it was a lie. God, she was like, I want to get steaks with you. I'm obsessed with you. Oh my God, wiggling around, in her.
So he's implying that Megyn Kelly was hitting on her? And he recorded her? Really? Well, this should be interesting. Yeah, maybe they're trying to extinguish her career or something, because they gave her the wrong assignments. She had to interview James Alefantis. I mean, come on. Who wants to talk to James Alefantis about his goddaughter being masking tape to a table? I mean, that was a career ender right there. And then Megyn and Jonesin, and he's claiming she's been bonesing. Everything's starting to get all mixed up ever since Bill O'Reilly had been taken off the air. They destroyed her career on NBC? Yeah, it happens. Ain't that some kofifi? Well, the quicker Mark von the bans this idiot, the better. Dude, Mark can't ban me because I'm the source of his revenue, you idiot.
Alex Jones held her as a victim who would hold... Oh, that's just not true. You're making up allegations that can't be proven.
Trump has made millions of money in Russia over the past few years. You're so right. Yes. You're so very knowledgeable, Guest 342. Have you been working with the Trump cabinet? Megan's hot. Yeah, well, we'll see. Bill O'Reilly's definitely not been doing anything public. I think Bill O'Reilly should be the press secretary for Donald Trump. I mean, that seems like a really good gig, don't you think? Or Bill O'Reilly could work for Playboy as a roving newscaster, commentator amidst beautiful breasts of women undulating next to him. Wouldn't that be the ultimate man news of the future? Seriously. Some guy just standing there with beautiful breasts and their nipples showing, and it would be totally X-rated. You don't think like producers at television stations, do you? She smeared the makeup on you. I don't know. Maybe Megan is just going through a metamorphosis, kind of like what Katy Perry was allegedly going through earlier. We weren't sure what Katy Perry was up to, but it was odd, I gotta tell you.
See, it was all crap. And I knew it was all a lie. I said Sandy Hook happened, everything she wouldn't even put in the promo pieces. And so we're going to release, we're going to release the pre-interview. And then when they put their fraud out on Sunday, which I've asked them not to air, because they're misrepresenting who I am and saying I'm as bad as Saddam Hussein or Jeffrey.
Basically, he's controlled opposition. Alex Jones is designed to, like, this is why he went completely off the grid when he started talking about humans being cloned with animals. At the very end of that interview, he took Sandy Hook and totally threw it in the garbage. He took 9/11 investigation, the cover up, the inside job, toss that in the garbage. When he then started talking about aliens, or rather animal-human hybrids, it would be hilarious. But I don't need to do that for money. If you want to hand out $19,000 in donations to get me elected president, you have to do it in $5,000 chunks. And I haven't had a donation in a long, long time. So you heard Mark saying he wishes that he had Dave's temerity and chutzpah. There you go. Hey, I'm not here for money. I'm totally set financially. People don't really understand that I'm such a planner and I'm so careful with money that it didn't take me long to put up a little nest egg to get through the next 50 years. So I know I can live to be at least 100. Past 100, I might have some problems. I might have to live in the woods like Man Mountain Dave, hunkering down in my tent. Yeah, Alex Jones is clearly a government psyop, and we found this out when we knew that InfoWars and Prison Planet were originally purchased. The domains were originally purchased by Skunkworks Productions, a division of Lockheed Martin. Yeah, so he totally took legit topics and put them down the drain when he started talking about the human-animal hybrids that have been,
raised in laboratories for the past 30 years. They've been hybridizing them, and God knows if the aliens have had their case.
I mean, he just goes off, and this is exactly what you find. The government psyops out there is they put flat Earth subjects right next to the whole story of chemtrails, for instance. So you get people going, yeah, did you know that the Earth is flat? Oh, and by the way, they're spraying us, Mom and Dad, with chemicals. All they heard was the Earth is flat. Oh my God, he's an idiot. Our son is an idiot. Siding with somebody who's making outlandish statements about bombs being placed under houses. What the hell? You better get your act together, buddy. Yeah, this woman has, she's a stalker, and she's suicidal. So she needs help. And anything coming out of her mouth is going to be dangerous. Dave, some important intel uncovered saying huge war's coming. Oh yeah, Tom Hannigan Briefings does a pretty good job of discussing this stuff. Like I said, anybody siding with a person who's suicidal and delusional is in trouble. Dave, some important intel uncovering. Yeah, let's take a look. Former Italian President Francisco Cossiga Israel planned and executed the 9/11 attacks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know Tom Hannigan has done a lot of work in this department and connecting the dots to the Mossad. I know. We normally talk about this on Tuesday, Truth Tuesday, but we're not right now. But they've got the technology to zap the entire Earth. If you don't know that a lot of the cell phone towers are weaponized, they've got to be. I can't verify this, but I can tell you that if they're not weaponized, there's no reason why all of the conduit that they use, the copper, is this thick. The amount of electricity needed to get actually a simple cell phone transmission, a digital cell phone transmission from here to San Diego, from Seattle to San Diego, for 50,000 users takes up space this big. So there's no real reason why the conduit would be this big, and there's no apparent limiters on these things. So who's to say they aren't already preparing to zap the entire population? You don't know. The problem with the cell phone technology is it's completely unregulated. I actually called the FCC and asked them about this buzz that I got on my radio whenever I held a cell phone next to it. They couldn't answer it. Yeah, they actually could not actually tell me why. If you put an old radio next to your cell phone, it'll sound like this over the radio every 20 minutes. I mean, they're zapping all the cell phones in every network for no reason. And you will die someday. Sir, are your speakers shielded? Everything's shielded from a potential EMP. I'm prepared. I'm a super prepper. Now, when I talk about legal pot, I'm referring to the American people having a future cottage industry, because right now we're sitting on nothing. We don't have the ability to start up an infrastructure bank with the current regime that we have. He actually wanted to make money for his cronies and get them all 3% loans. It's like, well, we're going to make money on the deal.
Soylent Green is made out of people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
Prep it up. I am not delusional. Yeah, I don't have any real intentions on being able to help this country in the situation it's in without the authority vested in me as President of the United States. Without that capability, I'm pretty much just a brilliant guy sitting with fantastic ideas. And my goal has already been achieved. My goal has already been achieved. I've actually had, that was Charlton Heston, yeah. I've had the ability to tell my ideas so many times that Donald Trump stole 10 of the ideas. Even though he can't implement them, he tried to steal 10 of the ideas, but at least he can't, So we'll see. He got that far. In order to actually implement an idea, you actually have to have the brain to back it up, and he doesn't have that. He's woefully depleted of intelligence. And I hate to, blow my own horn all the time, but I guess if you don't blow your own horns, nobody else will, right? That's correct. Apparently, a lot of things have been lied about, Mr. Anderson. The future is not quite what we think it is. When we take in the people in our show, we have to commonly get rid of people who come in and make outlandish statements. Can you do a Johnny Carson impersonation? Can I do a Johnny Carson impersonation? Ed, let's see if I can do it. No, I'm just a guy who mutes you and turns you away and turns your garbage chat into munch meat. I'm considered the garbage disposal of the chat room here. We have a speech that exposes corruption? Wow, that's good. It's about time.
monde changera. Je voudrais quand même vous reposer cette question. Pourquoi vous n'avez jamais gagné une seule guerre depuis 70 ans? Même la Seconde Guerre mondiale, s'il n'y avait pas eu la Russie et que vous êtes venu prendre la cerise sur le gâteau, la face du monde aurait changé.
Could I please get an interpreter here pronto? Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing you, buddy. I'm here at the desk, sir. Excuse me. Could I please get an interpreter? I don't speak Francois. Okay?
J'ai du respect pour le peuple américain. Je ne comprends pas la politique, mais il est temps parce que tous les jours, il y a des innocents, des morts syriens qui payent un lourd tribut et vous avez une responsabilité.
Too many people have died for people to continue speaking in terms that are unclear and just not speaking the truth. It's time we simply said what we know, whether it's classified information or not. All of you have seen the results of what we're saying. What we're saying will fit what has happened here and what facts you've been able to bring up. This, our hypothesis is based on solid information, solid research on the ground, using human signals intelligence from our extensive capabilities.
Well, this looks really interesting. I'm going to wait to see this at the top of the hour, meaning 10 o'clock. Another hour and a half of nonstop David battling the trolls in an intimate encounter daily with BS, lies, deceit, fakery, stalkers, delusional women who make up stories. Here we go. So I will play that a little bit later. Thank you so much for coming into my my roundtable discussion on building an infrastructure bank, helping our economy with legal pot, and starting up new technologies like hempcrete. Now, hempcrete is a product that can actually build buildings. It's water resistant and fire resistant. We will take you on a journey of hempcrete. David vs. the Trolls is an epic drama that goes on for at least 8,000 hours of viewing pleasure. If you're watching me in the future, say 2080 or 2120 or in the year 2525, you'll notice that this entire show has become an epic, a worldwide golden internet television. In the year 2525, we will look back at David's show and see the test tube babies as they don't even know. So this is your brain, and this is your brain on acid. Okay. Psychedelic, dude. For sure. Whew. Yes. Oh, I'm not gay. I don't find men attractive. That's disgusting. In fact, it's abhorrent to me to think about that. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. We have to mute people throughout this whole process. It takes a lot of effort. Natural News has a story, how the mainstream media openly promotes chemical violence against children in a video. Yep. Very weird stuff going on in the mainstream media. No, it's impossible. Okay. New York Times, LA Times, Post, CNN, all other mainstream media outlets are controlled by Big Pharma and the CDC. Their medical narrative is shaped from the medical rape of children with extremely toxic substances that cause brain damage via neurotoxicity. Yet none of them dare report on the mass death and injury to children, even when the casualty statistics are published by the government itself. We are fishing profiles of some of the journalists who are complicit in the medical violence. Wow. The vaccineholocaust.org. This is their organization, Vaccine Holocaust. Oh, so they're just talking about the dangers of vaccines. Why didn't they say so? Yeah. In fact, there's effort to expose the reality that a Yale study in 2014 showed that 38% increase in autism among the study group when the kids were forced vaccines over a short period of time. So it may just be, the bigger problem is the rapidity of the vaccines going into their bodies. They say some kids are getting shots with 74 vaccines in them, which end up frying their brains. So, I mean, at the very least, if you cling to the idea that we have to have these, which is some views are supportive of maybe 7 or 8 vaccines, without thimerosal and mercury, they can't even make these things. So there's got to be some modifications. And because there's been no oversight whatsoever by our government, and Donald Trump and his cadre of people are not really stopping him, the CDC is in control of the vaccine production. They've got over $24 billion invested in this, and they're using probably the same vaccines they had back when swine flu was out. I wouldn't doubt they're just refrigerating them and bringing them back into circulation. These people like to make money on whoever they want to, kill or make brain dead. It's hard to believe people would even do that. But they want to make money. Profit is more important than people in their eyes. Well, I'm glad I'm having a great conversation with myself tonight. So far, it's been going very well. Thank you for asking. So this Alex Jones thing is very weird. Let me take it up on YouTube.
Or Jeffrey Dahmer, or Charles Manson. I mean, it's crazy. We've got the whole.
All I do is give you my word and tell you if there's one thing about me.
Okay, I'll add it to the list. Okay. Yeah, they won't put vaccines together without mercury because they use mercury as a stabilizer.
You're right, Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. He admitted it. Publicly.
So we're on point a little bit, kind of? Let's see.
America's Third Party has been running campaigns since 2008 for the presidency, and we've taken on some amazing challenges. We've even had to craft TV spots just to deal with these challenges, like this one.
Yeah, so, now that you know more about us, I hope I've introduced myself to you. We've been challenging the censorship for 8 years, and we've done a pretty good job of circumnavigating it. But we haven't broken through to the center core of American politics through the mainstream media. It has never happened, and it may never happen. It's not a big deal. I'm not in this for personal gain. I'm not materialistic like Trump, so I have no problem just retiring out right where I am. I have a wonderful life. I don't even need to do this. But because I'm compelled to do it because nobody else is, that's why I do it. I didn't have to put my entire life out there for the public to just look at and pick apart. But I did it knowingly and willingly because I have nothing to hide. This has been a wonderful effort, nonstop effort of truth seeking. And in no way am I going to stop this effort because, frankly, I can't stop. Yeah, I even did a really good, a little rendition of Can't Stop. Here it is. Made for me by Scissor Fight.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Party.
Sponheim for president.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring, summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Party.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
Okay, we've got a change of crew. We're bringing Sarah in. So go ahead and turn that on and have a seat there, and you can turn on your camera and see if it fits into the face.
Okay.
Look right here. Okay, go ahead and turn it on.
What am I doing this? No.
No.
Where is it?
There it is.
With this.
Oh, up close.
Okay.
Yeah, I line my face up when I leave the show.
Oh, into that face?
Yeah,
or?
it's kind of funny.
Oh, okay.
All right, cool. I'll be right back. I'm going to go have some.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I do rule. Or I could rule someday.
I think we should turn that off too. I think guest chat should be turned off.
Okay. Alright. I'm not. And shall I turn off guest chat 393? Okay. Let's play a little bit of trivia, shall we? Why not? There we go. Hi, Busy, if you're still there. Because that flag is in a video and I'm in a video, but not the same video. So I'm sitting in front of a green screen. Today is Thursday. Thankful Thursday. I'm thankful it's Thursday. Let's go with American politics. What are the allocation of seats in a legislature or of taxes according to a plan? In the United States Congress, for example, the seats in the House of Representatives is based on the relative population of each state, whereas in the Senate it's based on the equal representation for every state. Pilot is correct. It is allocation. Or wait. Actually, it's close. They call it apportionment. Apportionments. Apportionments. They're apportioned, each section is apportioned to certain ones. Hello, Sunstar. How are you? It seems like it's been like so long since I've seen you. Yeah, gerrymandering and all that. Oh, the lag went down to 2 to 3 seconds and you're saying you might have a chance. Hey, you're great. Yeah, I'm glad you're great. That's very good. I'm glad to hear that. What is the grant money, the grant of money by a legislature for some specific purpose? Or duress, yes, Pilot. The authority to grant these are popularly known as the power of the purse, and it gives legislatures a powerful check over the executive branch and judicial branches. No public money can be spent without legislative approval. Congress, for example, can approve or reject the annual budget requests of the executive branch for its agencies and programs, thereby influencing both domestic and foreign policy. So what is it called when the legislature grants money? We'd like to do this, it's like pork belly, but it's not just pork belly, but it's any kind of granting of any money. Pork belly is money that's wasted, but it's like even money that's not wasted is called this. It's not allocation. Allocation. It's not allocation. Good idea, though. There's a specific word it is. It starts with an A and then a P. Correct, Pilot. It is appropriation. Appropriation. Appropriation of funds. Alright, new clue. What is the settling of disputes, especially labor disputes, between two parties by an impartial third party whose decision the contending parties agree to accept? It's often used to resolve conflicts diplomatically to prevent a more serious confrontation. Yeah, Zach Printer did get it correct. It is arbitration. And oftentimes when you enter into an agreement with basically anybody these days, you agree to that if you have a disagreement, you'll enter into arbitration rather than go to a legal battle. You think Well, I would think that alcohol kills your brain cells, so maybe you would be smarter before you were an alcoholic. But I could be wrong. What is that? I don't even know what you're talking about. Now I have to go look it up. Oh, right. Now I see what you're saying. Zach is an optometrist looking at the positive side of things. Very good. You drink heavier while playing trivia? Oh no. No wonder you start out really well and then it just starts to lose it. Alright, new clue. What is an agency of the United States government from 1946 to 1974 that was charged with controlling and developing the use of atomic energy for civilian and military purposes? In 1974, it was abolished and its duties were divided between two new agencies, the Energy Research and Development Administration, which is now a part of the Department of Energy, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. You think it's the Oppenheimer Project? Do you think it's Blue Book? When you hear it, you'll be like, oh, gee, it's really that, it was that easy. You think it's Bluebeam, the CIA, FBI? IBM? No. What did the agency... What did it control? Develop and control? Adam, Mark has the first part of it, the first two syllables of the answer correct. Not OPEC or NASA or United Nations. It starts with atom. Yes, close enough. Time pilot. But instead of agency, it's commission. Atomic Energy Commission, AEC. What's Fed book? I have to blow that up. I can't see it. Let's see. So what is that, Spooky? Oh, did I say time pilot? I'm sorry, pilot. I meant to just say pilot. Okay. What is, or who is the head of the United States Department of Justice and a member of the President's Cabinet? It is the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States government. Not the FBI director. Correct, Rex. 360. The Attorney General of the United States. Correct. Good job, Rex. What is a financial aid package that grants federal money to state and local governments for use in social welfare programs such as law enforcement, community development, and health services? These things provide money for general areas of social welfare rather than specific programs. This arrangement not only reduces bureaucratic red tape, but also allows grant recipients more freedoms to choose how to use the funds. A product of Republican administrations in the 1970s and 1980s, they reduced federal responsibility for social welfare. They are federal grants, and they're used for welfare and food stamps, but it's a specific thing. It's called, because they just give it to them in one giant chunk. Like here you go. This is your grant, and use it however you want. Pilot's the closest because it's a specific type of federal grant. Not surplus. Surplus is extra. But if you say, hey, I'm going to give it to all of this, Mark is right. It's a block grant. They give it to you as a block. We're going to give this block to California, and this block to Washington, and this block to New York, and then they can sort it out how they distribute the money. What are laws that prohibit certain businesses from opening on Sunday or from selling certain items on that day? They often apply to bars and to alcohol sales. Originally enacted to allow observation of Sunday as a Sabbath, they have come under attack as violating the separation of church and state. The courts, however, have upheld most of these on the basis that their observance has become secular and promotes Sunday as a day of rest and relaxation. I did not know all about this before. Correct, Rex. It is. It's called the Blue Laws. I had no idea. I had heard about the Blue Laws recently, but I didn't know like they apply to bars. I wonder if they're in all states, or are they just, is it federal? I don't know. I just continue to be myself, a little bit spooky. Alright, new clue. What is the division of government into executive, legislative, and judicial parts? In the case of the federal government, they were established by the Constitution. Ha ha ha, printer, that's funny. The executive branch consists of the president, the cabinet, and the various departments and the executive agencies. The legislative, yes, correct, Pilot. Good, you're on the same page, Rex. But it's the branches of government. There are 3 of them: executive, legislative, judicial. Branches of government. The legislative branch consists of the 2 houses of Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives, and their staff. And the judicial branch consists of the Supreme Court and the other federal courts. How many branches does the USA even have? Well, 3 branches of governments. 3. And then Congress is bicameral. There are 2 houses. Hello, B, whatever person you are over at Periscope. Thanks for joining us. See, now you have to get another beer because you're like, I want to kill my brain cells. I'm too smart for this trivia. Thanks for the little hearts. I guess that's what it is. Okay. New clue. What is a theory of interpretation of the Constitution that holds that the spirit of the times, the values of the justices, and the needs of the nation may legitimately influence the decisions of a court, particularly the Supreme Court? I don't know what your song is, Chico, so how could I play it? Downscope, Red October, Bandwagon Effect? No. No, Zero? Sure, I guess I can play it.
I was sure I heard you singing when my head was broken up, while my world's in flames was rearranged, but I'm still here.
David thinks it'll be monetized. But there's only 453 viewers on that. Yes, I know that David and I have totally different dynamics. And it's totally different and it trips you out in a good way. Okay, I'm glad it's in a good way. I don't know, Sunstar. This is the first time I've ever seen that person. Let it play. It's only another minute. It's you. Chico, this is you playing.
In a blazing forest fire, in a world of my own desire, in a place that we are destined to return, on an ocean I cannot fathom, and the truth I can't unravel, but I'm still here.
I think it's pretty good. Mystic and from the, it's you, Mystic and from the heart. I know, Nashville's full of wannabes, so is California. It's all the people that want to be stars, it's true. This is you, Chico, that's playing the song? Charles Gray. I think you're good. It's nice. Nice job. For sure. Do you play at like local concerts and stuff? You're rough and ready. What does that mean? I don't understand that. But I think you should send us to like different local, at least bars, and you should do that. Well, I will be spending my free time on learning how to code. That's what I plan to spend my free time on.
Yep.
This guy, he said he's Chico. It's him. That's what he said.
Chico. What about him?
That's his song, he said.
Oh, cool.
And I mean, like, his views aren't that much, so it's like, I don't, you know.
Yeah.
And he asked.
If you're a good player, I mean, we'd love to hear your music.
His music is good.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing it. It's really good, I think. Please play it? Okay, I'll play some more.
Play some more.
Wait, is it a cover song? Or is that different? Because then it was going to some other cover song.
Yeah, if it's a cover song, you're singing somebody else's song, that's monetization time.
Yeah, then I could get monetization issues.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, those are the best too? Pearl, okay. I was learning Ruby on Rails a long time ago, and then it's like the
it's difficult. You had to use a certain server, Apache server, to do it.
well, yeah, I use a super cheap server, so they wouldn't let me use Ruby.
So you have to
on
find a
there.
server
So
that'll
I'd have to
activate
build
a Ruby
my own.
Apache system.
Chico says it's his own songs. Well, then
cool.
and you write your own songs too, because that's really good.
That's really good, yeah.
Really good.
Good
Should
job,
be like
Chico.
should apply and do a local music festival.
You may want to collaborate with Scissor Fight. He's got really good talents too with music.
Well, he doesn't strum out like that though.
No, but a live musician can collaborate with an editor and make some amazing music. Look at Jim Morrison and the Doors. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire.
Learn Slunk. Slunk
back.
and what else? And what did you say? Pearl and
You know.
is Slunk an actual like coding thing?
Date visitors flag counter views to get in progress 28,000.
You need a lyricist to help you with words.
Yeah, words are the tough thing. You need poets
Slunk
like.
and Pearl. Okay.
There's a couple people in here who Fairbyte does some pretty good poetry.
Those down.
Fairbyte does some amazing stuff with words. You might want to consider talking to Fairbyte.
And Sarah.
Yeah, he wrote something the other day.
Sarah can rhyme.
Sarah's a pretty good rhymer, yeah. Hey,
I used to write poems and songs and stuff.
I know.
That's a long time ago, though.
37,143 in what network there? Insane Canadian. What network are you tracking? You can help me, Sarah. You can really help me. North American network? Yeah, we're not very well distributed in North America. It's crazy. Our viewership overseas is so much higher. And reach out and touch this thing. People don't realize, but this is an actual picture of a UFO here. You see it in the background? I love a picture painted in air, imaginary art for two to share. There you go. There's a lyric for you. Rex has a lyric for you. Is love a picture painted in the air? In air. Imaginary art for two to share. Yeah, you could write poetry right here and you could add it to the lyrics. Just cut and paste the lyrics from Rex into your songs. We're doing it right now. We're making music. Totally. Okay, when you're late on your heroin payments to America, this is what you get. Yeah, apparently this Afghanistan warlord wasn't making his heroin payments to the CIA. So he got the mother of all bombs. And they called him Taliban. You know, they just name anybody who doesn't make their payments for heroin Taliban members. And the Moab took out 100 men. But right after that, let's not forget, the Afghan soldiers died. The Taliban retaliated. 144 Afghan soldiers died the next day. Or 2 days later. Trump's on Friday is going to move to halt the historic rapprochement between the U.S. and Cuba set in motion by former President Barack Obama. I find that really, really ridiculous to go backwards in time with Cuba. I mean, we've come this far. Let's just at least keep it in a holding pattern. The date visitor flag counter, June 15th, 2017. Today, in progress, 32,788. Dateline America. Oh, I'm sorry, 32,788,000. So you got your numbers wrong. I was going to say that 32,788 was a low figure. Those are China numbers. Okay, good. Thank you. Steven Seagal was booted out of Ukraine recently. He's achieved what he was going for, which is to, be a traitor to his country and become a Russian. You can practically catch this thing as it's flying in. There's no explanation for it. It's a UFO. Yeah, I'm watching the orb fly by right now, man. It was first noted in our room in 2008. I was just playing this video out of the clue because somebody had sent us this video of a flag. And somebody said, hey, do you see that orb in the bottom there? What the hell? Wow, walking around an interactive room is nightmarish even without drugs. The mixed reality room. Apparently I can't walk in because I'm not running VRML. I'd have to see that somewhere else. Let me try it out in the other browser. I'll step into the Periscope dialogue nobody's having. Should work over there. Okay, it's queuing up. Whoa, that's cool. That is really cool. We interrupt this broadcast to prevent seizures. We don't want to trigger any active memory patterns that might result in you remembering the time you were in Vietnam and had to, unfortunately freak out. Some of you are still suffering from PTSD from Vietnam. I know, there are a lot of people out there like me. I didn't go to Vietnam, though. I could have gone, but I was 3 years too young. On this day, a year ago, I found out you had herpes and never had an outbreak. Good job, self, and all the sluts in my man whoring. Wow. So you had herpes and you never had an outbreak. That's a little bit hard to believe, buddy. A simple meditation. Date. Counters are about 141 million world counter tonight. Thank you, Insane Canadian. I wish I could offer some hope for the country right now, but tonight was a reprieve. We didn't have Donald Trump tweeting any more hostile statements to the world, and we've been recovering. Our brain has been, kind of in cool down mode. Ooh, cool. We are not receiving too much information other than the ongoing slowness of the news. The biggest problem a lot of people are having is they're reacting with fear to this recent terror attack. And a lot of people are, having it fuel their anger toward the opposite political spectrum, whatever it may be. I don't think that's a good idea. I know Mark can't stop us. His people who support him and give him money will realize that their money they're giving him is a waste of their money. Everything we've done and everything I've done is way in advance of the censorship that they're trying to impose right now. I can just kick back and listen to music and not even worry. Ironically, that's the best solution in a lot of ways.
Soylent Green is made out of people.
So as they prepare their New World Order plans, we are edging our way to world viewership, reaching, good numbers. And gradually, I'm thinking this will eventually create critical mass, and something will happen. A Harvard analyst is accusing the Clintons of the largest money charity fraud in history. Blacklisted News has this story. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We bring the stories in as they fly in here, folks, and a lot of the stories really have shocked people. An investigation into the Clinton Foundation by a financial analyst from Harvard University has revealed fraud on a monumental scale, according to reports. Charles Ortel claims to have evidence that Bill and Hillary Clinton have committed the largest case of charity fraud in American history. Ortel, one of the world's leading financial experts, claims that the Clintons are also part of a global fraud network and have acquired billions in fraudulent profits. This comes on the heel of Donald Trump tweeting today that, he doesn't understand why they didn't investigate Hillary and the Russians. Donald, you need to answer to the American people why you haven't continued prosecuting Hillary. I mean, it's not your right to stop a prosecution of Hillary, Donald. And when you said you weren't going to look into this after all, when you said you wanted to jail Hillary, the American people are going, what the hell, man? Even your Republican supporters are going, why aren't you going after Hillary? So this resonates with a lot of people, this constant brew of corruption coming out of the Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton dynasty. Yeah. Well, Pizzagate is just the beginning. Tarmac Gate, what happened with Bill when he landed and talked to Loretta Lynch and bought 24 months to stave off an investigation. Do these people really believe that they're going to get away with this? Did Donald believe that he could stop a Russian investigation into his mobster ties dating back decades? Seriously? He was going to fire the guy that was investigating, James Comey? Well, now it turns out that Putin is offering James Comey a job at Russia Today. RT is offering James Comey. What a joke. I seriously doubt he would take that offer. It's absurd. Dave's here's a song that Mungo Jerry wrote for Elvis, and he demoed it just before he disappeared or died. Mungo Jerry. Whoa, overkill of Too Good. Can you believe that? Am I allowed to play that, Chico? Have you checked that out? I know he was embarking on a new sound. I'm super excited. I'm going to play it later on after our recorded broadcast, which will go on 45 more minutes. So we'll start our evening videos off with that. That's awesome, man. I can't play it right now because they'll try to monetize it. Yeah, the family of Mungo Jerry would obviously try to try to earn money on it. The Mungo Jerry family would probably sue me. Elvis got right into disco toward the end there. Yeah, it was just amazing. He would have morphed into something great. Well, we did a complete study of Elvis the past couple days in our library, and if you stay long enough in our loop tonight, you'll see the investigation into Elvis being a groundsman at the Graceland Estates in Memphis, Tennessee. Well, I can't pay them anything. That's the point. So I can't play it. I don't play Beatles music during the show because it is monetized by Apple Records, and what's the point? I just get a copyright notice from YouTube. Do you have a lot of that unreleased stuff? Because the theory is, Chico, that Elvis is still alive and that they shut his career down. Would you like some real Elvis videos? From the old days, maybe. I mean, if we want to build our Elvis library, sure. I mean, we could make an Elvis day. Here's something important. Images. Stretched across my screen. Images stretched across my screen. Yeah. You're talking Elvis Alive videos, man? Yeah, totally, man. Any more of his Elvis Alive stuff, because his voice is incredible even to this day. Antique Roadshow will turn up some... Yeah, that's not opening up, man. Strange. It's probably a video. Let me try it on another link. Hold on. Nope, it's a broken link. It will not play. Or it's taking time to play. Yeah, of course, and we don't want to pay them because we don't want to violate their rights. It's that simple, John. John, do you want to fork over $1 for every time you use the word winning to Charlie Sheen? Because if you say the word more than 1 or 2 times in a row, you have to pay, trademark rights to Charlie Sheen. What kind of a world do you think we're living in, John? Yeah, that's not playing. Locking up server. Our viewership over Periscope has been kind of choppy tonight. We only had busy. Periscope is our alternate broadcast on tablet form if you want to just come in and chat. The point is someone owns the rights. Yes, we heard that. Sure. Hoax updates, 6/15/1766 U.S. Patriot. Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
So here we are, Orlando Sentinel, Mama Pulse victim Drew Leinen. I am my son's voice. I noticed here it says United with Orlando. Now they're Orlando United. Aren't you glad we're all united? Or what was it the Queen said?
Oh yeah, what a fake queen that was. That was one of her stand-ins. The real queen can barely get out of bed. She must have like 3 or 4 body doubles that have worked very hard. They probably have the Queen Impersonation School. Oh yes, we're here for the Queen Impersonation School today. Have you ever seen Beatlemania, the original Beatlemania? I didn't think they could do it, but they actually have some Beatlemania footage from the old days. And these guys really were good. They have the ability to perfectly impersonate the Beatles, the legendary group. It's tremendous. Well, I worked on Beatlemania for a while, and I was an usher on the live production in Hollywood. I saw 47 of the episodes. It was fantastic. I got a chance to greet the impersonators of John, Paul, Ringo, and George. And there were a couple sets that rotated. But they were really well trained.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce this next group to you. If you're fans of music, you're going to love this next show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the group of people gathered behind this curtain here on stage was specifically chosen for their likeness, for their musical ability, their mannerisms, to best represent 4 of the most famous musicians of all time. They performed all over the world in front of all sorts of different people.
Okay, we interrupt this broadcast to not pay Apple Records any money. But yeah, I was witness to the originals, and these guys were probably part of the group that were originals. And they went and started playing. They have a little group gig down in the casinos down in South, I think it's Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. They're doppelgangers, yeah. But they were really good, and they were highly trained. And then I began to think, well, if they have the ability to train them, people like that, could they have replaced one of the Beatles? And many people who've gone on this quest have come up with some pretty interesting stuff. It turns out that John, Paul, Ringo, and George aren't exactly who we think they are. Yeah, if we listen to Alex Jones, we'd probably think that
John Lennon was a crossbreed between a donkey and a human.
But no, in reality, John Lennon was the real deal, but Paul was replaced at a certain point. And we actually have some video that exemplifies the changes in their face. Anyway, I just want to bring that up off the top just because it is a topic we go to on our Conspiracy Monday show. And it turns out the Beatles were used to brainwash the population. tomorrow. I'm not half the man I will be. My face has changed, but my identity remains the same. So you're looking at a guy who originally had a pudgier face than the guy they replaced him with. So I do have a really strong belief in the theory of the ancient giants, yes. There's supposedly a Scrub story about Smithsonian Institute getting rid of a collection of large bones that would imply that humans were huge, over 17 feet tall. In the ancient Indian tribes of the Mayan and Aztec culture, there is folklore dating back revealing a visitation by giant white people, Caucasians. So as we go down the memory road here, we take it to the different pictures of Paul and John. Now you can see the nose differentials are slightly different. You know, the new Paul has a flared nostril right in here. The old Paul is a little bit more pudgy in the face, had a little more round face. So a couple of forensic scientists that had the technology needed to measure the comparisons. Facial comparisons are only a 66% match, and even these Italian scientists, forensic scientists, were shocked by that. So the reveal that the man who replaced Paul has never really happened officially, but it's pretty much in the know. I mean, James McCartney, the son of Paul, or who we call Fall McCartney, is he's been open about the fact that his father is not the same, but nobody's about to speak the truth about this in the English Parliament, because they've knighted Sir Paul. They're not going to change his name to Sir Fall. Thanks, I got that link, Scissor Fight. And another one from Madison Star Moon.
What's up, everybody?
Thank you. We got Truth Virus coming up and Madison Star Moon coming up for our entertainment and edification. Cool. What's up, Truth Virus? Beatlemania in concert. Oh yeah, I'll never know. So I had the wonderful experience of actually watching these Beatlemania shows every night for many, many nights, and working as an usher when I was 17 years old. I had 3 jobs, and it was nonstop. I was trying to make as much money as I could because I couldn't afford to go to college. And it was one of those things, you know. I didn't realize my tie had an all-seeing eye. What's up, everybody? Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, people say, Dave, you never worked a day in your life. No, I worked really hard and then learned to save really fast. So I didn't really see the trouble of life as long as you live below your means. I couldn't understand why so many people were being sucked into the credit cards sector. Well, when you turn 17 in America, or 18, when you graduate from high school, they give you $2,000 in credit. Automatically. You're automatically given $2,000 in credit, and most people spin through that in a couple weeks. So you learn your lesson or you fall into the trap, one or the other. I learned my lesson, and I'm not a credit card junkie. But that's how they get you hooked. That's how it's done. I got a few links to take care of here. I was quite shocked at how many, when your browser hits various websites. We have a new browser we're using called the Epic browser, and it is it's kind of amazing how effective it is at cutting back on the number of trackers that come in. It's built off the Google platform, and the Google Chrome platform, and it really is very effective. So this guy has check out the incredible images of a disassembled objects. This came in when Sarah was here. Wow. It's an entire camera disassembled and laid out. A typewriter disassembled, and all the parts that go into it. Wow. You know, precision technology would, when it happened, it created all the different toys that we use, the tools that we use. And without precision technology, none of this would have been possible. And when we could replicate these with 3D printers, not that that's happened yet, but the future really is wide open for precision instrumentation and home development of things. Look at this. It's phenomenal, all the parts that go into things. That's why, you know, like even a bicycle, look at how intimidating it is. Your standard chainsaw has all kinds of parts, little engines. It's phenomenal how many things have been put in front of our face. Even a toaster, look at that. And a Russian watch. A Walkman. Phenomenal picture array, that's really cool. Very nice. Typewriter was used. Hey, I haven't opened up guest chat. Let me do that. You have robots with as many or more parts? Really spooky? Well, these Lego robots that Sarah's been working with are pretty amazing, I'll tell you that. They're really hands-on. You can plug them in and do all kinds of things with them. Well, even if you're saving $500 a month, you're doing better than most, John. No, I never invested in Bitcoin because I'm not an investor. I don't seek money. I'm not looking for more money. I know that's hard to believe for a lot of you people who are constantly struggling for money. I get that. But believe me, if you can solve your housing problem, you're pretty much ahead of most of the money you're going to need to make in life. But the problem is everybody's paying big time for housing. And if we could deal with that cost overrun, we'd be better off. That was an interesting picture. We haven't seen Jackson in a while. Hope he's okay. Okay. I'll give you the weirdest experience of me working as an usher in Beatlemania was when I encountered one of the most humbling moments of my life. I looked up at a guy who was standing there, and he said, "Hey, could you help me with this person here?" And he looked down, and I looked down and I saw a man in a basket on a dolly, a four-wheel dolly, and must have been no more than 25 at the most, and at the time I was 18. And well, I think Bitcoin is a scheme. It's some sort of a Ponzi scheme, but whatever. I mean, I'm hearing people getting their Bitcoin purses stolen. So don't just throw money in it like willy-nilly. Potcoin is coming too. Yeah, there's a new plan to turn cannabis currency going. Interesting. I'll take a look at that happy hour. But anyway, I looked at the man who's in a basket, literally. And my mother, she was having some emotional problems, stress related, when she was right at the time of conception of me. And she'd been told by her doctor that there was this new tranquilizer called thalidomide, that she should try it. And he actually gave her a prescription for thalidomide. This is right before she gave birth or was carrying me or something. So she was smart enough to not trust that tranquilizer, thalidomide. But that young man at the time, he'd been a little older than me. His mother obviously didn't know, and she gave birth to him, and he had no arms, no legs. So I had to carry him, lift him up, and he's only about 35 pounds, and set him on the seat so he could see the show. And it was the most humbling moment in my life, bar none. It was overwhelming. And I can hear that man turn to me and say, "I'm sorry." Yeah. Pretty intense. Emotion can really rack you and change your life.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you know, you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of femininity, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series. And what I discovered was that the actual Tavistock Institute took this theme. And they said, we are going to put this into practice. And well before Theo Adorno, who was the creator of the Beatles, arrived in England, he was already well known to Tavistock. And he was offered a facility at Scotland at Gordonstoun School, where the royalty were educated. And as soon as he landed he had to flee Germany because he's tinkering with the minds of children through music. And he was known as the Karl Marx of music, and his theoretical music of composing music was adapted from another musical radical, a guy called Alban Berg, who had challenged the tonality of contemporary traditional music sounds. And Adorno claimed he was on a higher awareness where every music work he composed, he said, was likely to be difficult to understand and shock people. And he called his sound, I think he said, was corrosive and unacceptable. And he adapted it from a strange music that was produced by a cult called the Cult of Dionysus. And they had devised a 12/8 tonal system, which was a new form of sound.
Okay, so you're watching a cat defy physical odds. It says, cat proves we really are living in a simulation. I keep thinking he's pressing up against the wall while doing that, but definitely cat had hooked paws. But yeah, wasn't that intense? This is a lot of intelligence and planning went into the making of the Beatles. And when we listen to the music of the Beatles, it takes us to another world. Dave, if you watch Westworld, you may realize what's going on. Yeah, Yul Brynner and the guy that played the artificially generated robot for your pleasure. Yeah. Well, it is going on. I mean, we know that robotics is developing rather quickly, and we will be seeing robocops in the streets of the world relatively soon. So we're running out of time really to build this third party and to challenge these people who've been working on so many different levels, including brainwashing our culture, that it's almost beyond comprehension how they've been able to use manipulative techniques to manipulate the entire population. So what did they do when we went from, what kind of brainwashing technology did they develop when we went from, yeah, really, the idea of becoming peaceful people and living without war to somehow wanting to look at violence on television and fantasize about the weirdest perversions. Something happened between then and now. A guy named Kinsey, who did the Kinsey report, he developed a concept called the Kinsey syndrome, which traces how men are led into behaving with bizarre pedophilic tendencies by reading material like pedophile activities in like mainstream magazines, like Hustler magazine, where they have a cartoon called Chester the Molester, where he fantasizes about molesting children. So people are wondering, are we being brainwashed into being perverts and demoralized, self-neutralized people? So that brings you to the real question of what technology can do and how powerful these mind controlling techniques are for the people of America. So that's why we love music at the deepest level. I love music for that same reason, but it also fascinates me that they've got this ability to do this. You hear music, but your mind sees subconsciously these pictures. And they are transformative in nature, and they take us through various emotional curves that we don't even know we're traveling. Yes, I have talked about bringing people into the circle of ATP, but in order to do that, I have to share the signal. And ironically, I've asked people to co-host with me, and they're unable to call. When we ask people to call in, John, we only get trolls, professional trained trolls, or people that are just completely out of it, that want me to commit to some nonsense. So the more we integrate with people who are just not able to participate in a show, the more it seems like we're not even able to pull off a decent show. Okay, Nancy Pelosi, Puppet Pelosi's jumping ahead of the script. She's probably going to talk about gun control. Let's take a look and listen to her. Her big thing. She's way too liberal for her own good.
Over the assault that was made, really, on all of us, but personally heartbroken over of what happened to Steve Scalise, our colleague, to Matt me our thoughts, but personally heartbroken over of what happened to Steve Scalise, heartbroken over
Keep saying death.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
Yeah. So is Steve planning on, are they planning on pulling the plug on Steve? Because she said almost death twice.
I see what I'm saying. I thought... No, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you?
Hearts are broken over the assault that was made, really, on all of us, but personally heartbroken over of what happened to Steve Scalise.
Yeah, she just said death. Okay, so maybe they're planning on pulling the plug on Steve Scalise just like they did Seth Rich. Because according to James Comey, the investigation into the Hillary emails are sealed. It's no longer going on. They're no longer going to investigate Hillary's emails, even though they don't even know where they came from. Yeah, I thought that was really weird when John McCain grilled him for about 7 minutes about why he's focusing on the Russian investigation as opposed to the Hillary email investigation. And Comey just stonewalled him. You know, obviously Comey knows that Seth Rich's information is out there now. That's why he said we were no longer focusing on Russia as the primary cause of hacking the election. It seems like James Comey's a little confused, or he doesn't want to release information about Hillary. He's protecting Hillary. Scalise being seen by the Service Employees Union as Seth Rich, yeah. So Happy Hour is saying that Steve Scalise is already dead and she spilled the beans. Yeah, McCain made a good point, though. He did sound a little senile, Frups. But seriously, I mean, asking about why the Clinton investigation is over when we just opened up a whole brand new window of opportunity when we found out about Seth Rich having had the wiki emails and being the one person fingered in the wiki emails. I think the Trump assassination play should be banished. It's not even free speech. It's a violation of law. You cannot threaten to even fantasize about hurting a president. It should be banished. There's no way that it should be funded, and those people should be charged with a crime. Yeah. Whatever those walking orders are, Comey has to say whatever they want him to say, I'm sure. Well, Comey admittedly did a lot of contradicting statements. Reneging on his position about the Russians during that recent sworn testimony, and also going out publicly and admitting that he said he felt mildly nauseous when he had to do this, but he did clearly make a statement that he had to talk about reopening the investigation of Hillary Clinton before the election because of what happened with Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton. So he walked his way around that and explained to everyone that he had to actually say that he had to tell Donald Trump on the other note that he wasn't investigating him personally. So a lot of people just don't understand that when an FBI director says you're not being investigated personally, but we're investigating everybody else in your cabinet. But Comey shouldn't have had to actually say anything to Trump because Trump really legally couldn't have him over for dinner. You can't have a person investigating you over for dinner. So that invariably is going to come out as obstruction of justice, just him constantly looking for loyalty too. And when Trump found out that it's not proper to ask for loyalty from him, then he retitled his entire tune the next day and said, well, he wasn't asking for a pledge of allegiance. So he reversed his statement saying he wanted loyalty to, I didn't ask for a pledge of allegiance. So he's already getting legal advice and saying you can't ask for loyalty from a guy investigating you. That's obstruction of justice, Donald. Yeah, so he's going to have to face the charges of clearly openly stating that he fired Comey because of the Russian investigation. That alone should send him his walking papers. They'll know that they have at least one crime of obstruction of justice. If they open up the bribery case on Betsy DeVos, which they haven't even talked about in the mainstream media, that's another high crime and misdemeanor. More than enough to impeach. But then you look at the emoluments clause and you know that too will get Donald Trump into trouble because he's doing business in the White House. And he's taking foreign gifts in exchange. People going to the Washington Trump Hotel just to get access to the president is a violation of the emoluments clause, along with many other gifts that he gets. All I can say is Trump is not doing a very good job uniting the country. He's dividing the country. He's become an impediment to common discussion between the left and the right. He's not a person who's going to integrate and be transparent with the communion of this nation to try to find solutions. He's just not going to do it. He's going to put his ego ahead of that. Now, I put my ego on the line every day when I do these shows and get accused of being all kinds of weird things in the background, but I've done everything I could to dispel those theories that, No, Obama didn't play the big part that you thought he was going to play. Many of you who saw Obama arrive in 2008 thought he was going to be goose-stepping with all of the brown shirts, he said, that he was going to have brown shirts in the streets and implement socialism. That never happened. So you're way over-dramatizing the Obama administration's damage to our country, Frankenstein. I definitely condemn what happened, the shooter. I don't want this to be a political uprising between the left and the right that turns violent. So I condemn any violence. I'm a nonviolent online activist, so. I work out every day. I swim 30 minutes a day, and I don't like walking or running because it's hard on your body. So I realized I had to get a swim spa, and I bought one used, and it's been a really good purchase. For the past 7 or 8 years, I've been doing swimming. It's the only exercise it's a full body exercise, so it doesn't really hurt my joints or ankles. I've got some repeat injuries from when I used to play tennis. So I've got some ankle issues that probably would involve, talking to a ligament specialist. They probably perform surgery. I'd be off my feet for 6 weeks. So instead, I just use, common sense. I take vitamins and avoid excessive amounts of pounding on my feet. You won't get a chance. Yeah, everything at my parents' grave is being videotaped. Yeah, you'll be removed from society once that happens. Facial recognition will spot you. Do you have a lover? No. Well, Sarah is my companion in life. So I guess Nancy Pelosi spilled the beans on Scalise. So if Steve Scalise ends up dying, we'll know.
Our colleague, to Matt me our thoughts, but personally heartbroken over of what happened to
of what happened to Steve. Truth virus, what's happening, man? Take that down right there and put that away. Potcoin. Getting started with Potcoin. Pick a wallet. Get Potcoins. Accepting Potcoins. E-commerce. You know, it's really interesting. You can't do commerce of marijuana over the U.S. mail. So what the hell are they? I mean, you got to actually go to a state that has legal marijuana to get it. Yeah, definitely. If Scalise dies, it'll definitely add to the conspiracy that Pelosi's in on it. That they're planning on using this to eliminate a guy who's investigating human trafficking, for one, like Steve Scalise was, and make an appeal for gun control, which is the Democrats' primary directive by the New World Order. No, you're an idiot. If we had martial law, the entire country would be taken over by the New World Order. That's exactly what they're looking for. You're out of your mind. I'm afraid you don't understand who I am or what I'm doing. Many of you, a lot of the work that I do is completely above your head. I know, I was trying to get you to spot the alien's ship the whole day. It's right there. It's coming at me. It's catcher's mitt. That's all it can be, is an alien ship. What else could it be? Yeah. It's the aliens. They're coming to get you. They're coming to take you away. Aha, aha.
Our hearts are broken.
Well,
The assault that was made.
well, no. Frank wants martial law. He doesn't want a revolution because that would be a liberal thing. He wants checkpoints. Look at that. See? Yeah, balloons generally don't fly horizontally unless the wind's blowing really hard. And it is kind of blowing hard that day. See how off Frankenstein is? He's just completely lost. Well, let's be clear. So Barack Obama bought the home right next to Tony's, 2 doors down from Tony Podesta, the brother of John Podesta. You know, the collector of fine, bizarre art of dead bodies? Yeah, and weird pictures of little children in macabre poses. That Tony Podesta, the good friend of Dennis Hastert, who grew up and went to school and Boy Scouts with Dennis Hastert. Yeah. Well, we got a big Boy Scout in Washington right now. You know, the former president of the entire Boy Scout of America, Rex Tillerson. He's our Secretary of State. You know that when he was a Boy Scout president for 20 years, 17,000 boys were molested, and not one of them was prosecuted of the people that molested the boys. Nobody was prosecuted. And in the end, Rex decided it was his idea to get all the Boy Scouts to agree that Scoutmasters can be homosexual. My porn palette? You act like I'm a porn artist or something, or a porn farmer. Well, I got a lot of that there porn on my porn palette. Are you a porno farmer? Are you harvesting porn daily? Yeah, I mean, your porn palette, that's pretty funny. I'm not high. You wish. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim, life is tough. It's even tougher if you're stupid. John Wayne. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. So we went to One of the things I'd like to do to help your brain when you're, get to be 21, many of you will want to do one of two things. You'll want to either get high and waste the rest of your life, or you'll want to go back to college, and you can't until you're 25, and then get high and waste the rest of your life. So what I would recommend is, one of the best things I can do for all of you is, as an executive order, pass making sure that anyone 21 years old can qualify as independent financial status. Instead of waiting until you're 25 when you no longer want to go to school, you'll be able to qualify for federal funding and Pell Grants when you're 21. That way you won't drop the ball on your education like so many young, talented people are doing in America. Tonight's show was a wrap. It's called the seafood wrap. It should be seaweed, seafood, eat it. Yeah, you can make more than college grads just pursuing your particular expertise, especially if you're a coder. I talk every day. If you came in to not have me talk, then you came to the wrong show. This is my talk therapy session for myself. You just happen to be in the room. Thank you for arriving at my talk therapy session, though. I appreciate it. Pilot 12 says, I spent a fortune at college. Should have used it to be a diesel mechanic, something needed. You're right. But I know diesel mechanics that hate it. It's a horrible job. It's tough as hell. Alone is on the History Channel tonight? Really? Wow. Take notes. You all wrapped weed before? Seaweed, seafood, wrap. So you finished that there college thing there and did what you had to do? Then you went out there with your 4-year degree and found out nobody wanted your expertise in art history.
Soylent Green is made out of people.
I got to work on that face. It's great. Ah. Okay, we'll say goodbye to the flag. Hello to the cosmic universe and time travel. Sorry. So, CERN's doing some pretty weird technology things lately. Well, believe me, when we need martial law, you'll know it, Frankenstein. You'll be carted out and taken to the FEMA camps yourself. No, I did not roll any marijuana in this. Was strictly seaweed. Bra's going to get his PhD soon when he gets sober. For sure, dude. Tell yourself that for like another 10 years and then see how you're doing. It's true. Most college degrees have an income cap of around $100,000 a year. I know somebody who got C minuses in 2 majors, econ and poli-sci, and is now making over $250,000 a year. Busting his ass, he busts his ass going all over the world kissing ass to everybody he talks to. Oh, I cook very economically, yeah. It was like it was a seafood spiked dinner with seaweed. Dude, the New World Order wants martial law, Frankenstein. You're just missing the whole point. Think through this a little bit. You just don't get it. I look high? Well, maybe I should be high. Well, when you've got nuclear war, coming around the door, you never know. You might want to get high too. No, I don't do THC. THC does me. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings. America's Third Party has been running campaigns since 2008 for the presidency, and we've taken on some amazing challenges. We've even had to craft TV spots just to deal with these challenges, like this one. Welcome to the Castle Sponheim, where I am going to be your castle guide. For the next few minutes, I'll be taking you on a tour of the castle that is in the Rhineland from my family's history, which is reminiscent of a time when people killed each other, chopped their heads off, just to get through certain areas of Germany. And my family held back the most evil, awful people that were traveling through this countryside. This concludes the 30-second spot, known as Sponheim's Castle number 1. Tommy Chong's unaired Lincoln ad, I played that last night. Hilarious. I'll play that at the top of the hour in 2 minutes, and then we'll be breaking into other fun stuff like music that's been sent to us. Okay. Dude, everybody hates me on the Democratic side. Liberals dislike me because of what I did. I took a stand against Barack Obama. I mean, who had the balls to do that in 2008? All the liberals were going, "Oh, Barack, you're so wonderful." Oh, yeah, it's just obvious that they got hoodwinked. I never had Nazi SS guards in my family that I know of. If you can spot some names, I'd like to hear about it. Well, this show has transcended to a whole nother level. We've got a video, 10-minute video on chemtrails coming from Trondheim, Norway. Trondheim, Norway is the center for chemtrails now. There is people getting chemtrails on their head there. So we are going to take a look at there. Otto Lund there. For some reason there my chemtrail video is not working. Chemtrails over Norway makes me brain dead. Millions in Norway are watching my show. Thank you, Frubs. Look at these chemtrails. It's the worst kind of trails. Yeah. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Prove it, psycho behavior. Chemtrails over Norway makes me sad. You can't even go to the fjords to avoid these chemtrails, folks. It's just crazy what they're doing, and nobody's stopping these global elitists from doing this. Nobody. We're as close to stopping them as anyone is, just doing the show. Wow, look at that. Isn't it amazing? They drop industrial waste on your head, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Dial 1-800-GET-HOSED for more information. Dude, oh my gosh. Tommy Chong's Smoke Swipe, the #1 solution to smoke odor elimination. The patent pending formulation allows you to instantly rid your clothes and hair of smoky smells from cigars, cigarettes, and cannabis, and leaves a toxic residue on everything you touch. I don't know if that's something that's working for you. I mean, I can't say, don't try it, but I don't know. Mark's doing okay. He supports legalization, dude. They are fully autonomous. Yeah, not anymore now. Most of these chemtrails are being deployed by autonomous planes that don't even have pilots on them. A 4-year degree would cost $120,000. You make about $60,000 a year with this degree. You essentially have 2 house payments to make. How does this make sense? You're asking some big questions there, John. Wow, not really here though. I'm life size, hydroglow. Let me reach out. Okay, I know it wasn't you. We should have died in 2012 according to the Mayan calendar, you're right. It's preposterous that we haven't died yet. Apparently this is just non-stop chemtrails. Non-stop chemtrails. Alrighty. Okay, so bringing you the next phase of the show, we are going to play a video for you called Tommy Chong's Unearned Lincoln Ad, and then we'll go from there and talk about other good stuff for you. I'll be here in the show intermittently in the chat, and I sometimes go on camera when I get really pissed off. But we will be playing videos till 2 in the morning. If you want to hang out and remain an insomniac, it's your choice. If not, get some sleep. Okay, take care. Good night, everybody.